Hello and welcome to our Super Bowl extravaganza. This is a heck of a show. And for the second year in a row, we have put together a mega show with a plethora of guests who have joined us to break down the game, to share their thoughts, their comments, their feelings with regards to this game, the season. So much great stories and content, and I appreciate all the people that have got involved as part of this project to put together an amazing show. So sit back, relax. This is a long one, but it's well worth it. Enjoy the amazing commentary of Coach Reinbold and Nat Coombs and many other guests that have got involved and joined in. So without further ado, we're going to start conversation between myself and Lee. We're going to bring you a review of the 2021 NFL season. With me for this segment, a 5-yard OG Dolphins fan. He's repping his colours because one day the Dolphins will make the Super Bowl. It's not this year. It's probably not going to be next year. And it's probably not going to be the year after that. But at some point, the Dolphins will make the Super Bowl. And Lee is going to be representing then. So how you doing, my man? Are you all good?
Yeah, doing really well. Hey, it's great to be back on with you, that's for sure. It's been a while, man.
It's been a while. I know. We've been chopping and changing and turning out a lot of content. But we're gonna have this OG style prep for the Super Bowl. And I thought for this segment of the show, we've gone through, and someone asked me the other day, when it comes to the 2021 season, because a lot has happened this season be remembered for in the books. And I was thinking, as a couple of good games, the playoffs have been really good, but the early windows in games all week in all the weeks have been pretty poor. And it's been is there any real meat on it? Like when you go back and look at what's happened, and I really think it'll be remembered for two things. One, COVID, and just the second year of COVID and some of the interruptions and the changes of rules. But that's been done and done. We don't need to talk about it. But the other is the amount of controversies that have happened this season. And I've been watching this for a long time. You have as well. We both have been watching this for a number. I can't remember a year where there's been this many serious, and I mean really serious. You've always had the odd one. There's always been a weird firing or a weird player incident, and we've had, some really horrible player incidents that have happened over the years. But I can't remember this huge volume involving not just players, but coaches, players, owners, entire franchises, the NFL itself. I mean, that's what, for me, I think it'd be remembered for. So I want to go through some of these controversies because I want to if nothing else, I just want to document this, because when I play back to my kid in 20 years and he says, what was that year about? I was like, well, don't worry, son, I recorded it for you. And it was a lot. I didn't really know where to start. So I'm kind of going to move the order a little bit because let's start with the Washington football team.
Let's do it.
We'll start with it because I'm going to try and do this in chronological order. So in the summer, before the season started, the Washington football team, there was an investigation into behaviors and practices that had occurred there involving misconduct, inappropriate sexual conduct and behaviors, sexual harassment claims, and everything that kind of occurred there. And then it resulted in Dan Schneider not being the head of the team anymore, but instead now his wife was head of the team. And it kind of got swept under the rug, this whole thing. Like, in terms of for you, because obviously I know with the Dolphins, obviously you've had that change of ownership and you've had an owner that is polarizing. Some really like Stephen Ross, some really don't. When it comes to the Washington football team, or the Washington Commanders, as we should now call them, I suppose, but at the time, they were the Washington football team. just that whole process was weird. It just was done in the summer. It was just like, nothing happens, nothing happens. Oh, okay. So now Dan Snyder doesn't control the team. His wife does, but he still kind of owns the team. It's bizarre, right?
The NFL has a wonderful way of, if they can't outright just completely move it outside of the NFL sphere, like with some of the player incidents that we'll get onto, those players get cut, they go into legal situations, but they're away from the league, so we can kind of pretend that hasn't happened or we were nothing to do with it. With stuff like this, they're very good at just kind of like, we'll just kind of put that on the back burner, let it fade into the distance, because I don't want to get off the Washington football team or Dan Schneider, but in regards to the Dolphins and what's happened this week, everyone's up in arms as it happens. Oh, he's going to have to sell the team. No, if you look back at the history of the NFL, there is a good chance that these things kind of drift off into the distance. Something will happen, and they'll just move on. Like there'll be a Super Bowl next week, and a lot of stuff will get moved on, and that kind of happened in the summer. Like you say, nothing really came of it. Like a change of who controls the team. I don't want to say is that a token gesture. Is that do we really believe that's actually made a difference or has made a fundamental difference to the way the team is run? But more importantly, what's the punishment for this incredibly bad behavior? I think that makes it sound like a child, but you know what I mean.
No. I think there was a fine in there, and then they had to open their books and everything. But yeah, there wasn't a great deal. And listen, you have to look at, is as you say, the NFL is 32 of the richest people in the world who own teams, and at the end of the day, those 32 owners own the league. They pay the commissioners' wages. They pay for everything that happens. The only time you're going to get an owner go is what happened in Carolina, where you have an owner that's so bad, so deep-rooted and corrupt in so many different ways and levels, on a criminal level and on a personal level, that it has to be done. We have some people that are very morally questionable people running these teams. We look at Stan Kroenke. In fact, this is something we haven't even put in the sheet, but let's touch it. With Stan Kroenke, moved the St. Louis Rams to LA, and he loses the court case, and he has to pay out $790 million to the people of St. Louis. And then he turned around to hush hush and get this all done, told all the other owners he would indemnify them and say, well, I will cover all the costs of the settlement and the legal fees up to the point if we're found guilty of this. Now, by his verbal commitment or written agreement, I don't know what agreement was, he's on the hook for $790 million plus whatever fees were due on that. And then the day after the judgment, he's trying to get out of it, saying, no, I didn't, no. And that's the kind of people we're dealing with. And I think with Dan Schneider, what we know with Dan Schneider is he just doesn't care. He doesn't care what people think. He doesn't have to care what people think. When you won't have that much money, we've got ownership there. And to be perfectly honest with you, he would have got away with it completely. Like, this would not have been a thing had it just ended in July. Like, he just ends up.
I was really hoping you were going to say if it wasn't for those meddling kids. But go on, continue.
But he was going to, obviously, they got, I wouldn't say they got away with it because they really, hopefully the culture changes. I know with Ron Rivera there, that culture will change. He has a lot more power and influence, and he will stamp out that kind of behavior. And all reports say that behavior has changed. These were historical claims, etc. Yeah. And then it all dies off. And then John Gruden, then the emails with John Gruden, he emails people in the Washington football team, Washington Commanders organization. And these emails come out basically a few games into the season. And, the Raiders are rolling at this point. They've won some games. Yeah. They're on a roll. And then all of a sudden, these are emails when John Gruden didn't work at the Raiders. They came out he wrote them when he was an analyst for ESPN. So he wasn't actually part of the NFL at that time. And he wrote some pretty horrible things about DeMaurice Smith,
the NFLPA.
The head of the NFL MPA. PA. And And then he said some things about Roger Goodell. I'm not going to repeat them for the sake of this. Feel free to go and look them up. Obviously, very questionable. For me, this was strange because you got one set of emails get leaked, and it happened to be when there was this election to be the new, or to basically to keep his job as the head of the NFL's Player Association rep. And it looked like he wasn't actually going to win. He wasn't going to get enough votes. And then these emails get leaked by somebody. We don't know who. Conjecture would suggest it was someone in the NFL office who would have done this, but we don't know for sure. And then all of a sudden, he gets enough votes to win because he's given the benefit, you've had to be dealing with this and all this language. Fine, we'll give you another sort of 4 or 5 years. And then Gruden stands defiant. He said, I'm not leaving my job, whatever. And then more emails get leaked on Sunday Night Football, and then he leaves. During Monday Night Football, he resigns. And then afterwards decides to sue the NFL because he believes the NFL have done this to get him out of a job. And what's bizarre is because of the fact it involved the Washington football team and he was communicating with Bruce Allen and executives there in Washington, everyone went, oh yeah, what actually happened with the Washington team? And all of a sudden, all that was, under the rug. It was like, yeah, we've hidden it away. Someone's just pulled a little thread, and all of a sudden,
just look underneath and see it's still there.
And it's like, oh my word. And now there's congressional hearings, there's an investigation into what has happened, why the results and the judgments were the way they were, what did the NFL know? And it's kind of all come full circle. It's just a bizarre situation. And Gruden's done in the NFL. He's never going to come back. And I don't think it's a loss. I mean, it's a loss of a personality, but it's not a loss. I mean, what he said was deplorable, and
that's right.
He doesn't deserve a job. But also, he's revered as this amazing, innovative coach, and what he isn't is an innovative coach.
Yeah,
he's a pretty average coach whose Super Bowl win came because the other team ran his playbook. But I mean, for you, the whole Gruden thing and the NFL and what they did to the Raiders. I mean, what are your general feelings and takes about how that kind of all went down? Because it was just bizarre. It just all happened so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I think it plays into the fact that the NFL are great at manipulating situations to try and to benefit and protect themselves. And I'll be honest, like you said, you've got 32 billionaires owning football teams. Are we surprised that billionaires are somewhat morally ambiguous at times? This is not, it's not a surprise. They're used to getting their own way. They're used to getting what they want and operating in a kind of in a smaller circle, in a different world to me and you. Do you know what I mean? For John Gruden can sue all he wants. If you wrote the emails, you were in the wrong. There's no, it's a very, the fact that it got leaked is bad, but you also you should never have written them. You can't defend that. So, and it's always, it seems like if there's enough finger pointing, then we'll forget what's actually going on and just kind of move on. Just buy time until something worse happens, whether it's something globally that just takes people's focus or whatever. But it always seems to be, we just kind of ride it out.
I think my only issue is I would like to know who leaked them. Not so much because I care about John Gruden winning his case and getting his money back. Whatever. I don't know. John Gruden is John Gruden. He doesn't deserve, as you say, what he did was deplorable. He doesn't deserve his job. There is a small smidge of me that is sympathetic towards him only because he was targeted for a hatchet job. Someone had these emails for years. They were found as part of the NFL's investigation into the Washington football team. So the NFL knew, Roger Goodell knew, everyone involved in that organization knew that these emails existed. And it posed to me two questions. One, if you were so anti it, like the NFL were, if they leaked it, why didn't they leak them or publicize it sooner or put pressure on Al Davis to say, you need to, you need to get everybody in line. This is what we know. This is what we have. We will go public with it, but basically John needs to go, which is fine. I think whatever, it is what it is. Like, if you need him to go because you don't want those morals and ethical standards and you're risking a leak, then fair enough. I don't have a problem doing it all on the quiet as long as the result's the same. And then the second thing is, I highly doubt that in all of the information they got off the Washington football team's servers, that John Gruden is the only one that ever wrote anything that was inappropriate.
No.
So my question is, one, why was it released when it was released? Well, obviously the DeMaurice Smith aspect of it highly charges it and makes it a thing. So then my next thing is, well, then who leaked it? Because if it's the NFL, if I was the Raiders right now, and I could prove that the NFL leaked these, I would sue the NFL because they were put at a significantly significant disadvantage from a competition perspective. If you had a problem with this, you sat on this information for 18 months, 2 years, however long you had this information, and then you chose a vehicle mid-season to deploy this. That doesn't sit, like, that doesn't work. And then now this is why the Washington thing is all stirred up, because what else are people covering up? Because obviously you had these emails from Gruden. What else is in there that people are hiding? Yeah. So, I think for the Raiders, they were the victims of this this whole thing. If you look at the price paid from the Washington football team debacle and investigation, the Raiders have paid a much bigger price than the Washington football team. And the guy who was responsible was not part of the Raiders organization when it happened.
It does seem like the NFL does like to play God a little bit when it's unnecessary. Like, even if you'd found those, like you say, that could have been dealt with at the time. It could have been dealt with in the off season. It could have been dealt with any time. But, like, if you're a Raiders fan, you'd say, we could have been deep in the playoffs if we hadn't had the upheaval of losing our coach. Like, I'm not, again, like you said, I'm not defending John Gruden, but the timing is suspicious. But I do also think the NFL like to do things where it's like, oh, look, we're taking a stand. Look at us and how great we are. Like, we're taking a stand against this guy because he's racist. Yeah, just ignore everything else we're doing.
But all it did was it blew up in their faces, because now all of a sudden you've got the Washington football team investigation, which had gone away. No one was talking about it. No one cared. The league had moved on. Everyone went, well, wait a minute. Whoa. What else is in there? Because now I'm curious. Now I want to know. Now that head coaches are losing their jobs over what is in that stack of documents, how are they getting leaked? Who is leaking them? And what is in there? Because now it's a public interest story. So I feel for the Raiders, and they went through their own trials and tribulations, because not only did they lose John Gruden, but then with the sad news of a couple of weeks later, Henry Ruggs being involved in a high-speed traffic collision, which unfortunately took the life of a young individual. He was over the limit, significantly over the limit, and he was driving that car over 100 miles an hour. He was being charged. My understanding is, I don't think Ruggs was released. Yeah, he was released, wasn't he?
Released, yeah.
So at the end of the day, he was released, and not a lot has been said since. Obviously, he'll go through his own criminal investigation. Because
then it's not our problem. He's released now to the league, and now we can kind of like, hey, look at all the great stuff we do over here. Don't ignore, this. I mean, they look, from the player's point of view, there's no excuse. You get paid too much money to be driving a car under the influence. Just there's no excuse. Sorry, if you'd phoned someone at the Raiders, they would have sorted out getting you home. Like, there's a million things you could have done, and he knows that.
Well, they have cards given to them by people in the facility where they can ring people, and this is, we've seen some incidents already with the Raiders. They lost Damon Arnett from the franchise. His was slightly different. It was boasting and holding guns and threatening violence with firearms, which was just bizarre. And and there he went. So he was a former first-round pick. So you had 2 first-round picks in the same draft, or in were both who were both left. Actually, I think they were different drafts because I think Ruggs was part of that. Oh no, they were the same draft. So the 2 first-round picks in the same draft who were basically cut away from the franchise for behavioral issues and for different behavioral issues. But this is, I think, in Vegas, you've got to find a way to police these young men because Henry Ruggs is what, a 23-year-old man. And I'm not saying the Raiders are fully responsible here because they've put safeguards in place against Ruggs, but ultimately they're not enough.
No, I mean, this isn't going to sound fair, but it's my honest opinion. The NFL has partly asked for this. You put a team in Vegas. If you didn't expect bad things to happen, you're insane. And yes, they should know better. But we know how temptation gets to play, especially in off-season stuff like that. We've seen other instances of players getting caught driving too fast and under the influence for the Raiders as well in Vegas. This is not the first time. Certain places just seem to elicit this behavior from people, and they wanted to get a team in Vegas. Well, you have to accept that the temptations are there. Like it doesn't get called Sin City for no reason. People have this. It's completely wrong, but people have this kind of feeling that it's okay to do what I want in Vegas because it's Vegas, baby. That's not the way it is.
No, the tagline is "What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas." And
it's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy that bad stuff will happen. And I know that's not a good enough reason, but for me, that's kind of stuff that you expect when you move a team to Vegas. It's just. It is. I worry about players when they come to Miami for the same reasons. There's plenty of places to party. Do you know what I mean? There's plenty of easy ways to get in a lot of trouble.
There's a few places, you talk about the Jets and the Giants, they're right on the border of Atlantic City. They're in Jersey. That's not too difficult. You've got some places where there are some lights. There are some places where people can get into trouble. And then you've got other places like Green Bay, Wisconsin, where absolutely nothing happens. And it's one of those things. I think, as you say, you've got to expect it, but you've got to manage it in a way. And I think the NFL has, with the Ruggs situation, it has highlighted the severe weakness that when you're going to put 21, 22, 23-year-olds fresh out of college with no, their only responsibility is their job. And that
which only happens for a small part of the year.
Exactly that. And even in season, if you've got a home game or a bye week, you've got a lot of downtime as a professional. And I think things have to be done to ensure that these sorts of things don't happen. But, unfortunately, someone lost their life. Henry Ruggs will more than likely go to jail for what he did. I thought Derek Carr was brilliant in this, where he wasn't defending the actions of Henry Ruggs, but he was trying to say, he's a teammate or was a teammate, and he's a friend, and he's someone,
still a person.
And he's a person who's made a mistake.
Any of us could make the same mistake. Not trying to pick on him because he plays in the NFL. Like he's a normal person like me, you, or anyone else. Who's listening to this podcast. People make mistakes, and you still have to. It's still a guy he was friends with 24 hours earlier. It doesn't, you don't suddenly go, well, I don't know that guy because he's done something bad. That's not the way it works.
No.
But I thought he said, Derek Carr came out like a true leader. He was articulate and got his point across, and was the face of a franchise whilst they were going through some terrible stuff.
It really was. He stepped up, and at the end of the day, it's a tragic thing that happened, but I really hope that lessons get learned from it and steps are taken to ensure that these sorts of things don't happen again. Moving on to another controversy, and I don't think this is one that anyone's going to forget in a hurry, and it's just the absolute calamity of Urban Meyer. And anybody who knows me, now listen, I predicted this to go in flames. I knew it would all end in tears, and I knew it would all end spectacularly. Even I couldn't predict how spectacularly it would collapse for Urban Meyer. Because listen, I I've watched Urban Meyer teams for 15 years, maybe close to that, 14, 15 years. I know people who have been in Urban Meyer teams. I know people who have been coached by Urban Meyer, and he's not a good guy. When I say he's not a good guy, and I said this months and months ago, I wasn't saying it because I just didn't like the guy. I was saying it because I know he's a bad dude. He has a long line. He's a long history. It's not just one or two incidents. This guy should never have been hired in the NFL. People thought I was crazy for saying that, and then we get the incidents that happened, and there was more than one, which kind of say it all.
I mean, the stuff that you're talking about in the past, they're not minor things.
Absolutely not.
These are major things. This is a guy who shouldn't be employed. But again, for some reason, we have this thing where a little bit of time passes, and you go, "Oh well, he was a great coach in college because he won." So that's like kind of overrides everything else. Like, no, that's not right. Sorry,
he wasn't a great coach. He wasn't a great coach. This is what I don't understand. Right? He was never a good coach. People say, "Well, he won." He was a great recruiter. He recruited brilliant players. He told people and their families what they wanted to hear. That is what he did. He was an excellent person at recruiting. If you could employ him to be a US Army recruiter, you'd have a whole ton of recruits. Like, this man is probably the best recruiter, other than maybe like Nick Saban, in college football history. He was able to get people, 5-star recruits, decommit from schools to go to his schools. And he was able to get the best of the best year after year. I mean, he always had top 2, top 3 ranked recruitment classes. But this man in college, there's a long line of things. We're going to stick to what is in the public record, which is his coaches beat up players in a racially motivated incident at Florida. His Florida teams had the most arrested players in the country, not to mention that he bribed all of the county police. If his players were called, here's some money, please don't press charges unless you absolutely have to. Give me a call and I will square it. So you're not just talking about he had the highest arrest records of his players, but how many more
he had that whilst bribing them?
Exactly, and he was bribing them. So how many more were let off because of the fact that he was paying police officers for the small nickel and dime bar fights? The stuff that isn't, it's criminal damage or whatever, and it's criminal offense, but they're the smaller, petty kind of, you go to court, you pay a fine kind of stuff.
But it's the sort of behavior that tells you I can get away with this, and that's exactly what escalates to the big stuff and the stuff that there's no coming back from.
Yeah. I mean, you had Nick Bosa. So Nick Bosa, you're talking about one of the great recruits in recent draft classes. He sat out. He refused to train at the Ohio State facility when he sat out. He refused to go and do his draft prep there because he absolutely wanted nothing to do with Urban Meyer and his coaching staff. I mean, that tells you everything. A guy of Nick Bosa went 2 overall in the draft. You're talking about someone who just went, no, thanks. Wash my hands. Urban Meyer knew that his assistant coach was physically abusing his wife. Him and his wife knew about it. Him and his wife did not come forward and forward this information. Then it was leaked via a text message because they'd had a text message conversation. That conversation went out. That's why Urban Meyer, in his final season at Ohio State, got a 4-game ban, and then he didn't return due to health reasons, the old stress health reasons that he left Florida because I get these headaches and these things and I can't. No, listen, he might have some of that. I'm not going to say he's a pathological liar here, but 2 and 2 doesn't make 4 in this instance. So all this happened before he comes to the NFL. Anyway, he comes to the NFL. First thing he does is he hires somebody with a pretty deplorable past, with racist activity and behavior, a tight ends coach. So within 2 days of hiring someone, he has to dismiss them, and it's one of his first hires as part of the franchise. And by then, red flags should be ringing, but hey, they don't. And then he gets to week 4, and he jumps on. He goes back to Ohio. They play Cincinnati. They lose. And then he decides to stay behind. So he doesn't get on the team plane. He says, well, I'm from here. I'm going to have a night out here. And he gets pictured with a lady dancing on his lap. Now, he is a married individual, as I've mentioned. But the art comes out the next day. And it's not a good look.
It's just not a good look. I mean, I'm not an NFL player. I've never played for American football. That's like, I'm going to be upfront with that. But if I was a part of any team where the manager, the head coach decided to just leave you to go home on your own, like, no, sorry, mate, that just ain't, that's not it, chief. Like,
it's one of those things, right? Had they won the game, or if they were winning, and he'd been there a long time, let's say he'd been the coach for 15 years. Let's say we're talking about Mike Tomlin, right? Mike Tomlin, he's been with the Steelers forever. He's won Super Bowls. You know, if Mike Tomlin did that, and he didn't get caught, maybe pictures, but if he decided I'm going to stay somewhere for a night, I wouldn't question it, because you know what? He's bought the currency to do it.
Exactly.
Urban Meyer was 4 games into his tenure. His team were 0-4. They had a historical losing culture, and it's things like that, you know, for me, should be fired there. Like, your priorities are not straight here. They're not straight. You have to turn the culture around, and he lost the locker room with that incident. He absolutely lost it.
But I suppose, as you pointed out earlier, he did also get onto the Jags all-time winning list as a coach. So, like, maybe he knew what he was doing.
I mean, he is got the 5th most amount of wins in the Jags franchise history.
Unfortunately, it probably tells you more about poor decision making at a higher level than just him. But like,
I mean, it's shocking. But he survives. You know, he survives. Then they get a win in London. Sorry, Lee.
Yeah, that's fine. It's okay.
You know, you were one of Urban Meyer's 2 NFL victories, and then the story comes out, which, I mean, it has a funny tone to it, but it's absolutely not funny. Is a story comes out from The Athletic. It comes out from Rick Stroud, actually, who covers the Tampa Bay Times. Is actually someone who I know. And he tells the story that Josh Lambo, who was cut in the preseason, was kicked and ridiculed by Urban Meyer. So Urban Meyer literally kicked the kicker, and he was dismissed not long after that. I don't think it was a shock. He was going to go at the end of the season, I think, anyway. I think Shad Khan had made it clear this was not the guy. Trevor Lawrence looked poor, I think is fair, and I don't blame Trevor Lawrence, but I don't think he was coached. But yeah, kicking a kicker, like literally just kicking anybody and belittling him in it's just the behavior of the man, to think that this is a guy who's won 1 NFL, in fact at that point had won nothing. He'd done nothing in the NFL, literally not a thing. And he has the audacity to go up to a professional NFL player and ridicule him, mock him, talk to him like an absolute piece of shit, and then kick him, physically kick him, to where Josh Lambo said, listen, it wasn't like a 10, but it hurt a bit. I mean, that's outrageous.
Let's get clear, right? You shouldn't be kicking anybody, regardless of who you are. No. You shouldn't be kicking people. That's just like basic human decency. You don't kick other people, like.
And it shines the light that if he did this in his first season, in fact, first off season, he hadn't even coached an NFL game. He did this to kids. He did this to bare adults, just barely adults. First time away from home. Absolutely. No doubt in my mind he did this in college. I mean, just a despicable human being. And he's gone from the NFL now. But we had that incident, and then, as always, you can't have controversy in the NFL without Antonio Brown. And Antonio Brown seemed to have a very good 2020. Yes, he had to serve 8 games for some misdemeanors and things that he settled. He comes onto the Buccaneers roster, and he literally is a model citizen. Model citizen, does nothing wrong, wins a ring. Then we get 2 incidents with AB. The first, again broken by my good friend Rick Stroud, is that him and Mike Edwards fake vaccination cards. So they say they were vaccinated when they weren't. Now, the Buccaneers story on this was, well, we believe he was vaccinated. And I truly believe at some point he was vaccinated. I think there was a time pre-season when they submitted and bought these cards. And this all came out because he didn't pay his chef. He didn't pay his chef 10 grand.
You got to pay the right people, man.
Got to pay the man that feeds you. Listen, that's the first person you pay, because that's the one with the axe to grind. Didn't pay his chef 10 grand, and this chef tried to get the money out. Didn't happen. He went, well, do you know what? I'm going to bury you. This story comes out that he's done the vaccination cards. Him and Mike Edwards get a 3-game suspension, but the full belief was there was a period where they got these vaccination cards to avoid getting vaccinated, so that they didn't have to adhere to the protocols of the unvaccinated in the NFL. But at some point, they then got vaccinated, but then didn't tell anybody because obviously they'd submitted the vaccination.
We've now gone too far, so now we can't go back and tell you that we'd lied in the first place.
Correct. So, I mean, and that's just, and then we get what happened in week 17, which I'm not convinced we'll ever see this again, where he is complaining that he is not getting the ball enough to get his performance incentives, which, given the fact that he, because of his vaccination debacle, he'd been fined 800 grand in wages. So these incentives were going to total and basically pay for the fine that he's had to pay, and a little bit more. And he was obviously itching and scratching for this money. And then basically was asked to enter a game. He didn't. He kicked off. He refused to go into the game. There was a verbal altercation between him and the coaching staff and Bruce Arians. And Bruce Arians fired him in the middle of the game. And he basically took his top off. He said, I can't play. I'm hurt. I have an ankle injury, whilst running off the field, doing jumping jacks into the crowd. I mean, and then he just leaves. So he just goes. He leaves the stadium. He obviously, this isn't in Tampa. He's in Jersey. So he got there on the team bus and the team plane. He didn't come back on the team plane. So I just think of all the things I've ever seen in the NFL, this might be the most bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's not a surprise solely because he got the ring the year before, and that was the incentive to behave. And once that happened, you knew, little angel, little devil on his shoulder. You knew the devil was getting bigger because unfortunately, it's part of his character. And it's a shame because it takes away from what is a terrific NFL player.
Oh yeah.
Let's be honest, the guy is a special player. But he's going to be remembered for the crap. He's going to be remembered for the nonsense stuff, which is a real shame. But I think it's one of those ironies where getting the ring was the worst thing because it kind of, I think that was the incentive to behave. I've watched some of his interviews since, and it's a lot of rambling.
Makes no sense. He basically then pushed Tom Brady under the bus, who was the person who defended him and basically reignited his NFL career. And he said, "Oh, he can't do anything without me," and all this. And I just, he's an individual now who's burned his career, and people saying, "Oh, well, someone's going to take a chance on him." I just don't think they will. I just don't think anyone will. If you're going to walk out on a playoff team, because by week 17 the Buccaneers had secured their playoff spot, so you knew they were going into the playoffs, and you're sitting there thinking, like, it's the NFC. If you can get through the Rams and the Packers, you probably got a good shot. And like,
they were a Super Bowl contender for, that's the defending champs, and they'd already made the playoffs. Like, you're a contender. That's the way it is.
I mean,
but
It's a crazy thing.
If someone is stupid enough to give him a chance, then they deserve exactly what they'll get, which is what the Raiders got, what eventually the Bucs. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know,
and in any other year, that probably would be the one memorable moment of the entire year because it's memed, it's out there.
Yeah.
That barely scratches the top 5. You know, there's a couple more going to rattle through quickly because they're minor in the grand scheme of things, and we've covered them. And I kind of want to get onto other stuff. The first is Aaron Rodgers faking his vaccination status by telling the media that he was vaccinated. And he used those words. He used the words "I have been immunized."
Yeah.
Didn't use the words vaccinated. He said, I am immunized, which any person in the world will interpret that he has had the vaccination.
Yeah,
he did not. He believed in a different treatment. He said he was allergic to some of the things in the Johnson & Johnson and some of the other stuff he couldn't have or whatever. Listen, by the by, I don't really care, but he broke COVID protocols rather than getting rather than getting suspended like other players who faked vaccination cards, and rather than take the heat of people like Kirk Cousins, who were very vocal that they were not going to get vaccinated, he went around without masks, did not follow the rules, and put journalists potentially at risk. And this only came out when he got COVID and realized that actually he had to stay out for 10 days under the old COVID rules that changed. So that was one. The other, the overtime rule came up again in one of the greatest games in the NFL's ever seen. The Chiefs and the Bills. Josh Allen, and we'll get to Josh Allen in a bit, doesn't get the ball back. Chiefs win the game. I mean, that's a debate I think will end this year. I think they will end this debacle and fix the overtime rule. I really hope so. What are your thoughts?
I mean, to be honest, I've hated this overtime rule since it was changed. It doesn't make sense to me. I never really understood the when they changed from before where you could go to a double overtime. Like, if that's what it takes to win, to get a winner, like let's do that. That just makes more sense. I think both teams should have the ball. That just makes sense. Like, I don't understand why that's such a big deal.
No.
That, you know, I don't know. It seems like they were trying to fix something and kind of overcorrected in the other direction. But let's hope they see some sense now. But in regards to the game itself, we knew what the overtime rules were going into that game. It's unfortunate, but you had other chances to win the game beforehand. Like, that's just the way it is. Like, unfortunately, you just got to suck it up. But let's change it going forward so we don't get it again.
Yeah, not if we're going to have a great spectacle like that. Absolutely.
Exactly.
But yeah, the last one, and this is the controversy that's been coming out in the recent days. This broke just under a week ago, and it's good that you're here because you can help. Is this basically Brian Flores is suing the NFL now? Obviously, at time of recording. We're recording this on Monday night. This hasn't been resolved. I can't imagine this will be resolved before the Super Bowl anyway. It's too complex a matter. This is on the same day that it looks like Lovie Smith is going to get the Houston job, which will turn the black minority coaches from, I think it's 2 to 3 in the NFL. There's Ron Rivera. Robert Saleh,
Mike McDaniel.
Offensive coordinator. I'm talking about actual head coaches. Oh yeah, because he's going to be hired.
He has been hired. Yeah.
Okay, so he was
hired. He was hired late last night. He's actually literally just touched down in Miami to
sign the deal
to get everything done.
Okay, so Mike McDaniel. Okay, so we're going to see some more. So it is changing. There's still a couple of jobs out there, but obviously Brian Flores is alleging that there were some processes that were heavily unfair due to race, and he is claiming that's why he lost his job, but also that he was not given a fair interview treatment at the Broncos and at the Giants. Now, you're more to this because this is your coach, this is your guy than I am. So what is the fundamentals of his case? And more importantly, do you think he has a chance of being successful?
It's really complex. Like I'm not going to pretend to be
No.
a legal mind, but the crux of it is he doesn't believe that he was given a fair interview by the Broncos before he got the Dolphins job, and he doesn't believe that the interview process was correct in New York with the Giants before not getting the job in the last 10 days or so whenever Brian Dable was announced as a coach there, based on messages he received by accident from Bill Belichick, which is a bizarre situation in itself. Now,
Yeah.
the Dolphin stuff is really interesting because it kind of sits in this weird space where he's not exactly alleging that he was let go based on a racial reason, but kind of tying it in, because what he's alleging Miami have done is try to bribe him to lose games. But I don't believe that he's actually stating that that was based on his race. But he's saying that it's, that's not right. You shouldn't be bribing a coach to lose games. So I think there's some really tricky issues. I think I saw his interview the other day on CBS. I mean, he says that he tried to come out a week before to the news, and they weren't interested. After the papers were officially filed, then of course he was doing the media rounds. Amazing how people take you more seriously once it's out, which is kind of crazy. I mean, I think he's definitely got a point about the Rooney Rule. The Rooney Rule is a great rule in principle, but it's very, very hard to enforce people to take it seriously. And I can understand how this could happen, and it's wrong, but I can see how it could happen. He's saying that the Giants may have interviewed him to tick a box, and you can see how that happens because the rule's in place. But I can't force a team and ownership to take a candidate seriously of any race or any background. But the rule's got great intentions. I just think it's very hard to actually enforce. And I think he does have a case.
But I think, do we really believe that the Giants have interviewed Brian Flores, who has led the Dolphins to back-to-back winning seasons? Do we really believe that he was there to tick a box? I just don't. I don't buy that. I think there's easier.
We need to go back.
There's easy coaches.
We need to go back a little bit further, right? So about 3 weeks before the end of the season, I was told by someone inside the Dolphins organization, this guy's not long for this job because of the way he treats people inside the organization.
Yeah.
And that two prominent free agents for the Dolphins, maybe not prominent in the grand scheme of the NFL, but big free agents, they said, we will not come back for any money all the time that guy is the head coach because of the way he was treating people. So he was part of the reason he was let go in Miami was solely for the way he treated other people. It's a very bizarre, and that was before he got fired. It'd be easy to say that, trying to defend the Dolphins now. That's not it.
Well, that, and there's a lot of speculation out there in the public domain that the way that he handled the Tua entourage and Tua in particular, that relationship was heavily fractured between coach and quarterback, that the GM basically had to decide, do we go with the quarterback who is under contract and who we've drafted and who we believe can be the franchise quarterback and who had played well in the second half of the season? We can talk about the strength of schedule, and I've ragged on it that they didn't play anyone big, but you have to win those games. 2-1.
You still have to win. That's right.
And 2-1 those games. As much as we want to sit here and say that he had an easier schedule, he still won the games. He's proven that he is, at worst, he's a middle of the road quarterback.
He's a capable NFL quarterback.
Yeah, so he's a top 18 quarterback. So you have to say that he is there at the minimum, with the potential under the right system to potentially progress. Now, you have to say, well, we're going to take that guy who we got under contract, who we drafted 5th overall, who we spent this draft capital on, and not just that, but picking Jalen Waddle, who is his wide receiver, and all of these things. Everything is pointed to the franchise have backed Tua, or you have the head coach who, on one side, has led the team to back-to-back winning seasons, did not take them to the playoffs either time, but also has all these other things you mentioned with the free agents, you've mentioned with the quarterback. You can't have both. I think it got to a point where you couldn't have coach and quarterback anymore. The Deshaun Watson, Tua not being a captain, he was the only starting quarterback in the NFL of significance. And I mean of significance because a couple of teams don't have they have a rolling captain. So that goes around, and a couple have people like rookies who aren't going to be captains. Some of them aren't going to be captain, like Justin Fields, who wasn't a starter, Trey Lance, etc. So, for the most part, he was the recognized starter who was not a captain. That was the list. It was him, which is unusual. So I think, the decision people were really shocked when he went. You weren't shocked. I wasn't overly shocked. I was a bit surprised, but I wouldn't have said it was like the most shocking firing. And I think for me, I think he is standing up for the right reasons. And I think prehistorically,
definitely,
and maybe currently, there are issues here that need to be drawn.
For sure.
And if he can trailblaze and iron them out, I'm all for it. Do I think
absolutely terrific? If he can do it, like he has to be applauded. But Steve Ross was very, very clear in the post firing interview.
Absolutely,
that the problem was communication, and we'd heard that weeks before. It's got nothing to. It's not to do with him. I mean, this is where the legal thing becomes a little bit muddied, because they were bribing me to try and lose games. Stephen Ross is mad because I won games, but that was 3 years ago.
Yeah.
I don't think he's firing you because he's mad you won games 3 years ago. After that doesn't really make an awful lot of sense to me personally.
No,
I don't know. The whole trying to lose games is a whole nother matter.
Yeah, I agree.
I think they're separate issues, but I can understand why they've been put into one legal case.
I see it as Brian Flores as a man who is trying to throw enough mud so that something sticks. And I think I feel for him in a lot of ways. I do think that there is a case where he has been potentially mistreated. I think that the allegations of tanking is very serious. And I think that should be explored. Do I think that he was fired because he was black? Absolutely not. Do I feel that he was blackballed as a result of that? Absolutely not. He was heavily talked about once fired, that he was a heavy candidate on this coaching carousel. I think if anything, this case is going to make him very difficult to be hired, because he could have been in consideration for the Saints job. He's probably not going to get an interview now with this process going on, because you can't.
And he was a serious consideration for the Texans. He was,
yeah.
And like you say, I think good on him. He's doing what's right for the greater good rather than what's in his personal interest right now.
Yeah, listen, I still think the NFL has a way to go. I look at David Culley as a great example of this. David Culley was hired. I genuinely believe David Culley was hired to tick a box. That I do believe. I believe David Culley was a sitting duck. The new structure with Nick Caserio and everyone came in. They didn't have any players. They had the whole Watson situation. It wasn't an attractive job to go to this year. No one knew what was going on. I know what we're going to do. We're going to hire a competent minority coach to get extra draft picks. That, for me, is one that I would explore 100%, because David Culley was fired this year. What was David Culley supposed to do? For me, overachieved.
I thought he did a great job.
Exactly that. He overachieved. What came out of the Texans this year, with all the mess going on with the Deshaun Watson and everything else? What did David Culley do that warranted him losing his job? Absolutely nothing. And also now we're looking at this is they've hired Lovie Smith. Now, if it was like, we're going to fire you, David Culley, but what we're going to do is we're going to hire someone who is our long-term vision for this franchise. If they'd hired Josh McDaniels, I actually probably wouldn't have blinked. I would have gone, okay, so you've got Josh McDaniels. This was a long-term plan. Poor David Culley. He was a hire and fire job, whatever. But they've scrambled. They fired Culley. They had no plan. They were like, well, we didn't want him anyway, but he was here. He took the job. They've discarded him like a pile of rubbish. And then they've gone and hired Lovie Smith. Now, I've seen Lovie Smith coach a team. He's a nice guy. He's a lovely guy. I love Lovie Smith. Brilliant bloke. Good coach. Is he a generational talent that's going to take your franchise to the top of the mountain? No, because he's never done it.
That's right. Is he much better than what you've just fired? Like, no. David Culley's learning and getting better. Like,
and absolutely crazy. So,
but I do want to touch briefly on the tanking stuff, because I think going back to taking this all the way back to when we started this conversation like 50 minutes ago. This is one of those things that will get swept under the rug, because there's a lot of people out there, especially in the local South Florida media. Well, Stephen Ross is going to have to sell the team if he gets found that this is true. Right now, Brian Flores is saying he tried to pay me to lose games. Well, unless Brian Flores is saying he accepted money, all Stephen Ross did was fail to cheat. And you can't get in trouble for failing to cheat. Wanting to do it is, is bad. It shows a certain lack of morals, and if you go investigating, you're probably going to find something else, because I'm guessing it's not the first time you've tried to do something of questionable morality. But for this in particular, unless you're saying you took the money and tanked, he didn't cheat. And that's how they're going to say there's a Super Bowl next week, then we're going to be into the draft process. This is just going to go quietly away.
Unless you report it at the time, then it's very different, because you're trying to manipulate something that is a current event, i.e. the NFL draft, and then you got a case. If you wait 3 years on it and then say, hey, this happened, now you're in a hearsay. You're now in a he said, she said. Most of the people involved are not privy to that conversation, or have forgotten about it, or have left, or whatever. It's just a mess. And
this is where Brian Flores is going to, I think this could upset the rest of his complaint, is that if you were of high morals, why did you not come out and say it? If the owner tried to force you into a meeting with Tom Brady, which is the other part of this, on his boat when it wasn't allowed, and you say you walked away, why wasn't that reported? You walked away, but you knew it was happening inside your organization, which meant it risked punishment on your team. It's a very difficult situation. Do you know what I mean? But I do believe this is one of those things that the NFL say, well, you didn't actually cheat because he didn't take the money, and you didn't actually lose enough games. So
it is what it is.
And can't really prove it.
No. And this is why this season will be the year of the controversies, because we're 56 minutes in and we've spent 55 minutes talking about all the bad things that happened this year. We've got about 10 minutes left. So let's review some of the positive storylines of the season. And one of the things I thought was positive is we've talked so long about these up-and-coming quarterbacks. And in the playoffs, it shined through with Mahomes and Josh Allen and Joe Burrow, and Lamar Jackson's won an MVP recently, and Justin Herbert and his great play. And, this is why there's pressure on players like Tua, because he's come out in a similar time of all these generational quarterbacks. And actually, if these were not all knocked around, Tua wouldn't be the target of all these missiles, because there isn't that many good generational talent. And yet, despite all of this, the two guys that are going to battle it out for the MVP this week are 44-year-old Tom Brady, who's just retired, and 38-year-old Aaron Rodgers. I mean, it's balmy to think that we've got all this young generational talent, all this amazing youthful talent, and you've got two guys with a combined age of 82 fighting it for the MVP. And
if you want to throw an extra one in there, we could also have a Super Bowl winner in Matt Stafford.
Yeah.
Exactly. I know Joe Burrow's, everyone's excited about that, but you could come out of this very seriously with Matt Stafford as the Super Bowl winner. Like you say, your two MVP candidates, a combined age of 82.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy, and I think that Rodgers will win the MVP. I don't think he deserves it for me, but I am slightly biased, so I can't get away from it. But I do think it's interesting that you have these two players who have continued to play the game at such high levels of excellence that these younger guys still aren't getting a sniff. And it shows to me that the quarterback position, in order to be really successful, you have to have done it quite a while. That's why, maybe we don't give up on someone like Tua, because he is a couple of seasons in. And listen, I've been critical of Tua. And I'll be the first person to say I've been critical, because I don't feel like he has shown that he's a franchise quarterback. But now, hearing about the reports and the environment, it's pretty hard to be great if you're in an environment that doesn't foster you a chance to be great, right? And I think that's the difference. Is I think we all expect things, and I'm as guilty of this as anybody, so I can say it, that we expect people to be great now. Like, you're drafting them that high, you're paying that draft capital, we expect them to be great. Let's just give them some time and let them be great.
The NFL encourages us to do so, because it lets us see these players get drafted in April and then wait till September to see them play.
Exactly.
We get excited because there's nothing else going on, and we build ourselves up. And every team in the off season, everyone's fans believes they've got a chance because given enough time, you can talk yourself into it. I can see a path to the Dolphins win the Super Bowl, and I'm sure. And do you know what helps foster this? It's a team like the Bengals making the Super Bowl this year. It just proves that it's possible to go from the middle of the pack or from the lower half of the NFL. Do you know what I mean? It's a quick rise to the Super Bowl, and if they can do it, well, hell, why can't it be the Jets next year? Why can't it be, any team you want to pick? If you're a fan of that team, that's why we get excited, and we put, like you say, we put this pressure on unfairly on players.
Well, let's look at a player who very similar circumstances came out the year before Joe Burrow, and that's Kyler Murray. He takes the Cardinals to this amazing 9-0, 10-0 start. They decide to really back him with some talent. They bring in free agents. You get DeAndre Hopkins, you get AJ Green. You really start to back him in a way that he'd never been backed before. You bring JJ Watt in. This is a franchise that went all in to try and win now, and it worked for half a season, and they were number one team in power rankings, and very similar to the Steelers last year in the fact that they just were blitzing everybody away, and then all of a sudden they barely scrape in the playoffs, and their decline is just as quick as their rise. And I know Cardinals fans will be screaming at me, it's like, well, Kyler got hurt and Hopkins got hurt, and I think that's maybe half the story, but for me, they were a strange team because for me, they either played well over expectations or I don't know what it was, but it was never sustainable. I never looked at the Cardinals and thought, that's a team that's going to win the Super Bowl. I just thought that's a team that is going to get unstuck at some point and fall apart. And it's just a case of when and not if. So do we think Kyler Murray and Cliff Kingsbury are going to figure this out and build a dominating franchise in the NFC? Or do we really think that this is like what we've kind of seen as the best it's going to get?
I don't think both of them see it all the way through, that's for sure.
Okay.
I'll be honest, I always get the impression, and I know it's exciting because the offense can be exciting at times, but I always think Cliff Kingsbury looks out of his depth on the sideline. He looks like a guy who's almost surprised it's going as well as it's going when it's going well. When it's going badly, it's kind of like just kind of like monitor, like, okay, I don't know, like, almost expected, like you say, like it's not a surprise that this isn't going as well as we thought. And maybe it's not having enough experience. But let's be honest, if your team is able to play that way enough, you should be able to turn it into a sustainable model. Like you say, they back the quarterback, and I am a fan of that because as a fan of a team who hasn't backed their quarterback, I think you have to, because otherwise you can't get a clear reading. And people were upset when the Packers drafted Jordan Love because Aaron Rodgers needed a wide receiver. Tom Brady needed good players around him. That's not to take anything away from those players, but they need talent around them. Matt Stafford, put him on a team with more talent. Guess what? You get better results. What a surprise. It's you have to back these players and build around them, the young guys, to help them. I think you've seen two really good examples of how far you can take this. Jamar Chase has been great because you paired him up with a guy he's played with. It can't be underestimated how much of a benefit that is. And exactly the same thing happened with Jalen Waddle. Jalen Waddle was great this season because he played with a player he knew. It helped him immensely because he can explain things in a way. He knows how to work with Jalen Waddle better. That's it. It's not just the connection on the field. It's the explaining all the other stuff. And I think, hey, you've got to do that. But then your quarterback, then your players have to reward you by actually winning. Like you say, they fell apart at exactly the wrong time. And
yeah, they really did. They really fell apart at a crucial part of the season. It didn't help the Murray missed games. It didn't help the Hopkins missed games. And It'd be interesting. I think next year's a really big year for the Cardinals. So I think they have to win that division next year to cement their place. Otherwise, again, I think questions will be asked. One team that did really fall apart again, quite spectacularly, so much so they missed the playoffs, is the Baltimore Ravens. I have more sympathy for them, in the sense of they lost a lot of players. Like if
So
you're
many.
talking about injuries, they lost their entire secondary. They lost their entire, they lost Lamar Jackson. They lost a lot of their receiving core. They lost, parts of their defensive line. They lost parts of their offensive. They were banged up everywhere. I don't even know how they fielded the team some weeks. They were literally so banged up, and they were
Let's
still in
be honest.
contention for so long.
If you took that injury report, that list of players on IR plus the rest of the players on their injury report, you'd probably win games next year in the NFL with that team.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's a star-studded list, and that is unfortunate. I mean, the interesting one is Lamar Jackson, because obviously, whether we like it or not, quarterback is always going to be polarizing. Missed plenty of games again. Is this another case of a mobile quarterback that's not going to last physically?
It's an
Don't know.
one.
I mean, I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but it has to be in your mind, because we've seen it happen too many times in the past, and he's now starting to miss games on a regular basis.
Yeah, there's definitely some question marks around the Bengals next season, but it'd be interesting to see what they do. I don't agree with the firing of Wink Martindale. I thought he's been the best defensive coordinator in the NFL the last 3 seasons, so for me, it was a massive shock. Bengals, their huge resurgence is why we're going to be talking about them all throughout this show. So I'm going to kind of leave that, but it's just amazing. They win their first playoff game since 1991. Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and everything they've done. So incredible to see them rise. Obviously, Detroit, they were kind of everybody's. It was strange. Everyone kind of laughed at the Dan Campbell signing, myself included. Everyone kind of thought, this is ridiculous. This guy he's been around the NFL, but come on, he's not held a proper coordinator's job. And yet here he is in Detroit. They get Jared Goff. We all knew it wasn't going to be pretty, but somehow they were the endearing story of the second half of the season with their spirited displays, and they really were an unbelievable team to watch at times, which was unexpected, I guess is the word I'm looking for.
I mean, I'm insulted that he may not have had a coordinator's job, but he was a head coach of the Miami Dolphins very briefly, even if it was interim.
How briefly?
It was very briefly.
It was very 2 games, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. But, hey, he won a game. What do you want? I mean, Dan Campbell is the kind of guy that, I mean, if you get a chance to see him when he was on Hard Knocks with the Dolphins, and when he was the interim head coach, like, you can see why that's the kind of guy who would make you run through a wall, even if you're getting beat out of sight. Like, he's the kind of guy who's going to get you on side. Like, that is again, he would be a great recruit in the Army. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's that kind of guy. And they say, I think it just gave everyone a soft spot for the Lions. You just hope that their wins didn't come against your team, but you'd like to see them win the other weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he really showed that he got them playing to the best of their ability. It's just a very talent depleted side, and it's a huge rebuild there. It's going to take a long time, and I hope he gets some time to improve that roster. But they didn't get the 1 pick that went to the Jacksonville Jaguars, who sensationally beat the Colts in week 17, but to deny them a playoff spot, and then because the Detroit Lions won, the Jags held on to that number 1 pick, so they're picking number 1 again for the 2nd year in a row. We've talked about the downfall of them a little bit. Tiny bit on Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons might have put together the best. I mean, he's just won. Well, he hasn't won Defensive Rookie of the Year, but I assume he's going to win that award. I think Jamar Chase won Rookie of the Year, actual Rookie of the Year, which I think it would have been close. But Micah Parsons, for me, probably put in the best defensive rookie performance of any player I can recall in the last dozen years, at least. I can't think of a player who's had more impact in the NFL in the last 10 to 12 years as a rookie on defense.
Isn't he absolutely? I mean, he's absolutely fabulous to watch as well. Like I find him gripping. It's hard to just watch linebackers play, without focusing on the ball. But you see him go to work, and it's mightily impressive.
Yeah, he reminds me a little bit of Lawrence Taylor, just how he dominates and gets up to the line and the way he shifts around, and you just can't do anything with him. He's just an unbelievable talent, and I'm really excited to watch him in the next few years to see what he does. But I wanted to shout out him because he was just at the center of so many things. I mean, this Dallas Cowboys defense was abysmal 12 months ago. It was literally one of the worst defenses I've ever seen in football, and now they were realistically a top 3 defense this year under Dan Quinn, and what they did there. I mean, nothing short of an unbelievable turnaround.
So do we think that Dan Quinn pulled his name from interviews because he thinks he's getting Mike McCarthy's job?
100%.
Because I mean that just makes too much sense. Let's be honest.
It's going to be him or Kellen Moore. It's going to be one of them.
And for all the people that want to talk negatively about the way Jerry Jones, kind of operates, look, he gives everything to that team. If you were a coach of that team, you're not going to want for anything. If you want a player, he's going to make sure it happens. Money is no object, and he's going to do everything he can. So, look, compared to a lot of other jobs in the NFL, if you get the chance of that and you have to wait a year for Mike McCarthy to fall on his face, which he kind of ultimately will, that's a weight worth going through.
Yeah.
It's more appealing than some of those other jobs that are on the market. Like you say, the Jags job right now. You don't get the number 1 overpick 2 years in a row because you're well run.
No. And especially as a defensive coach, I think the Jags job is quite attractive if you're an offensive coach to work with someone like Trevor Lawrence and have that sort of clean slate. But
yeah,
a defensive coach, I think it's very different. It's not as an attractive job. Couple of things very quickly. We'll wrap this up. The rise of the AFC, for me, it's always been that the NFC was the premier division for the last 8-10 years. I think we've really seen this switch now with the elite quarterbacks. They're all. You look at Aaron Rodgers; he could go to Denver and be the 3rd best quarterback in his division, and he could be the 2-time MVP. I mean, the AFC is a tough place to go play right now, and I think we haven't even talked about like Trevor Lawrence or Zach Wilson or any of these other young quarterbacks who can really go. And
there's a lot of potential there as well.
Absolutely. It's strange because you've got players like Baker on his 5th-year option now, Baker Mayfield. He's going to find it very difficult, or 4th year, maybe he's coming into now, 4th year. He is going to find it very difficult now to not just keep his job, but also to get paid because there's so many better quarterbacks in the AFC. He's going to find it a real struggle. So amazing to see the rise of the AFC. I think the AFC is going to dominate for years to come. When you look at the games and the overall talent split, I think you're going to see more teams in the AFC dominate for years than in the NFC.
But that makes sense. Like you say, the NFC's been so strong for so long that means those teams are getting higher picks in the draft. Then that's the sort of natural evolution. It'll be the other way for a little while before the NFC will come back because they're taking all the premium talent in the draft. If they're sensible enough to pick it, see the Jags.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the coaches that left. Talk about John Gruden, Urban Meyer, Mike Zimmer lost his job. Dave Kelly we've mentioned, Joe Judge, Vic Fangio, Matt Nagy, Brian Flores, who talked about at length, and Sean Payton has stepped away. Anyone wants to say retiring, he's not retired. I think and that's another name you could throw in the Dallas job, by the way, because I know that he's been linked with that in the past. I mean, that's a lot of coaches. You're talking about 9 coaches left their roles. That's obviously a lot. 8 of them were terminated, 1 left of their own accord. That's a lot of change. I think a lot more than most people were expecting this year.
Yeah, and I think this is hard to say, but there's not a lot of standout games when you look back through the season and say this is a year full of teams playing at their absolute best. So I think the turnovers maybe not as big a surprise as you would think. It just makes it exciting for the future.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that there was probably when we look back at this 14 teams make the playoffs, I thought both 7 picks were as bad as 7th seed teams as could be. Neither of those teams were competitive. Both got blown out. Then you look at, so you eliminate that down to 12. I thought the AFC side, I think you could look at the 12 in the AFC and go, or the 6 in the AFC and go, yeah, they're 6 very good teams. Even the Raiders, with everything they've overcome, maybe you want to cast them off and say there were 5 really good teams and 1 good team in the Raiders. I could get on board with that. But in the NFC, really, you were looking at the winners of the NFC being the Packers, the Bucs, or the Rams. And then for me, there was a tier down too. And that maybe 49ers fans will say, well, that's not fair. We beat the Packers. Yeah, I just think the Packers always built to lose. I just think they lose every year in the playoffs. Like, they're like the Saints. They're kind of, they're good in the regular season, but when it comes to business time, they're not good. They never have been. So, yeah, I think, there were, for me, 3 teams, and one of them is the Packers, who I expect to choke. So really, I thought it was only ever going to be the Rams or the Buccaneers that were going to win the NFC. I didn't see another winner there. I really didn't. I didn't think that. I didn't think another team would win the NFC. I thought the winner of that game would be in the Super Bowl, and that's what's happened. I think so. You're looking at maybe 7, 8 teams, 9 teams, maybe max. You said we're good.
And even then, I think the AFC teams, I mean, they really made hard work of it. Let's be honest. Like, that game was hosted in Arrowhead, but that's because the number 1 seed got themselves knocked out. Like, the Bills should have been hosting that, but they went through a rough patch. I mean, they played some bad games in the middle of the season where you're just like scratching your head, like, is this the same team that we saw at the start of the season? I mean, even in a loss to us, they got booed off at halftime because they were awful. They won the game, but when you look at you, like, I said, I got a friend of mine is a Bills fan. I said to him, "You're not going to the Super Bowl because you've just shown that you can get beat." Like, and that's by at the time we won 1 game, like, and we were awful. And like, you've made that look way too difficult if you think you're a real Super Bowl team. I think that's kind of how it played out. Buffalo should have been playing that game at home. They didn't. The Chiefs were lucky to be playing at home because the Titans managed to make a mess of it. Like, they came good in the end, and we will remember the 1 game at the end of the season. But like, at different points, like, we got to remember, people were worried about the Chiefs in the first half of the season. Yeah. Like, it wasn't pretty, but they came good at the right time. But yeah, I think this is one of those years where people will look back and say we should have done better.
Yeah, I think there will be a lot of teams that will look back and think they should have done better. The only teams that looked really strong in the regular season were the Packers, who we know, just no disrespect, don't do anything in the postseason. For the Buccaneers, I mean, they lost to the Saints twice. You take them out, and they lost 2 games. And you can sit there and say that they had their challenges and injuries, but they still put up good scores most weeks. The Rams look good through the season. I don't think anyone's overly shocked that they're there now. They probably would have been shocked at the start of the season with Matt Stafford would he last, but I think if you look at it, I think for me the Rams through the season, I would argue, were probably the best team to this point. I think the Bengals couldn't string wins together, but in the playoffs they've been on this run since week 17, beat the Chiefs. They absolutely deserve to be where they are. But I wouldn't say that they've had this most unbelievable season. They're similar to the Bucs, really. Their season is so parallel to the Buccaneers season last season, when they had some high points, some low points, couldn't string it together. Then went on a run, confidence went high, and then they blew everyone away on the road, and then and did a job. Sure. So I think that's how I can parallel the two. I'm going to wrap this up. Tom Brady retiring, obviously massive news. We'll get more into that in the show, but obviously he was in your division for 20 years.
Good riddance.
I mean, the best to ever do it. That will be forever a moment that will be remembered from this season. All the way down to the way that he had to retire, thanks to Adam Schefter.
Yeah, I mean, it is madness in the end, and unfairly so. It didn't need to be done that way. But like you say, if anything, I'd be giving him the MVP just because he decided to retire. Like, it's just a perfect way to sign off. If it can't be a Super Bowl win, then an MVP, for me, retiring might be the tiebreaker between the two of them, because you could make a very good case for him or Rodgers to be the MVP. I think, if you're neutral, if you're not against Aaron Rodgers, you can make a
it's
case.
not about against Aaron Rodgers. It's just that Brady led every category that counted: yards, touchdowns.
Exactly. I mean, it'd just be such a fitting end.
Yeah.
Like, not that he needs more awards, but don't know. It just seems right.
I agree. I'd like to see him get it. I don't think he does, but I would like to see him get there. I'm going to tap you for your Super Bowl prediction. Mine will come later in the show, although those of you that heard me live last week will know what it is, unless I've changed it, and that could happen. But who is going to be lifting the Lombardi Trophy in LA on Sunday?
It'll be the Rams.
Okay.
I think we've waited all this time for a team to play in the home Super Bowl. Obviously, your Bucs did it last year and then won it, and I think we're going to get the same again this year. To be honest, for me, it comes down to head coaching. I think McVay will outcoach. I think he will learn from what he said last time when he got beat by the Patriots that he was outcoached. And I think
they were both there.
That's it.
Zach Taylor was there. He was there on that coaching staff with McVay.
That's right. I think it's easy. I think this is his first time making the decisions. I think it's difficult, but that's just for me. It's difficult, isn't it? Let's go 28-21.
Okay, nice. Thanks for joining me. Tell everyone where they can find you and talk Dolphins or conspiracy theories or flying saucers or whatever else that people want to chat about.
Yeah, we can talk a lot of Dolphins. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
I'm a 5-yard Lee on Twitter. You see me around 5-yard rush as well, obviously. But hey, let's just talk football. It's fine.
Absolutely. And stay tuned. Plenty more to come in the show. We're going to take a quick break and we will be right back. Now we've reached the part of the show where I'm going to read through some interesting stories of the tape here, I guess, for both teams when it comes to some interesting facts, some statistics, just to get you all warmed up for this Super Bowl. And then eventually we will go into some further analysis with Coach Reinbold, with Nat Coombs, and the other guests that we have on for this show. So let's start with these interesting breakdowns and statistics. So we had, for the first 54 editions of the Super Bowl, no home team had ever played in its home stadium. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers did this last year. Now the Rams are doing it again this year. This is going to be the first time in the last 7 years that there's been two number one drafted quarterbacks facing each other. And it's actually only the second time ever. So for the first 49 games in the Super Bowl, there was no two number one quarterbacks facing each other. And then Peyton Manning took on Cam Newton in Super Bowl 50. And now we've got it again with Matt Stafford and Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow taken first overall in the 2020 NFL draft. Matt Stafford first overall in the 2009 NFL draft. And that makes you feel old if you remember him being drafted. When it comes to the Bengals, they've never won the Super Bowl. They've been in the game 3 times now. This is their third appearance. The last appearance they made was in 1988, whereas the Rams did win 3 NFL championships, with the last one being in 1999 with the Greatest Show on Turf. So, it's been a while since they've won it as well, although they have been in the Super Bowl much more recently as 2018, sorry. When it comes to these two head coaches, Zach Taylor is 38, Sean McVay 36, with that combined age of 74 years and 299 days. They are the youngest combined age of opposing head coaches in Super Bowl history, and they have taken the record away from Mike Tomlin and Ken Whisenhunt that took place in 2008. Now, if McVay wins the Super Bowl on Sunday at the age of just 36 years and 20 days old, he will edge Mike Tomlin, who was 36 years and 323 days old, by being the youngest head coach to win the Super Bowl. In terms of McVay, he becomes just the 5th individual in league history to advance to 2 Super Bowls within his first 5 seasons as head coach. The other examples of that are Mike Tomlin, Jimmy Johnson who at Dallas, Joe Gibbs of Washington, and Tom Flores at Oakland and the LA Raiders. Zach Taylor, as I've mentioned a few times now, he was on that coaching staff in 2018 with the Rams. It was his last game with the Rams, and he became Bengals head coach after that. When it comes to his history in the playoffs, he has won his first 3 postseason games, and he became the third individual over the last 13 years to do that, matching the feats of Doug Pederson and Ken Whisenhunt. And if he wins the Super Bowl on Sunday, he'll become the 3rd individual over the last 3 decades to win each of his first 4 postseason games, where he joins Doug Pederson, who did it with the Eagles, but then also with Brian Billick in 2000 with that Ravens team. This is the first time that a Super Bowl does not include at least a number 1 or number 2 seed, and it's also therefore the first Super Bowl in which both teams are seeded 4th or lower, so lowest ever seeded Super Bowl, but these teams are exciting. It doesn't necessarily matter in that way. For the 17th consecutive season, the NFL will have a new Super Bowl champion, which is extending the longest streak without a repeat winner. The last team to win consecutive Super Bowls was the 2003 and 2004 New England Patriots. Including Cincinnati on Sunday, 5 of the last 12 teams to appear in the Super Bowl missed the playoffs the previous season. That is the 2020 Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the 2019 San Francisco 49ers, 2017 Philadelphia Eagles, and 2016 Atlanta Falcons, who all reached the Super Bowl prior without making the playoffs the season before. In terms of going from worst to first, which is what the Bengals are, they're the 5th team since the year 2000 to have finished worst in their division and then come back the next year and not just win the division, but also then make the Super Bowl. 3 of the 4 prior teams that did that, the 2017 Eagles, 2009 Saints, and 2001 Patriots, won the Super Bowl. So there is some history on their side here. The other example of that was Carolina in 2003 in Super Bowl 38, who did not win that game. They lost that to the Patriots. Now, Joe Burrow here is set to make history. He'll be one of only 2 players ever in the history of the NFL, if he does win the Super Bowl, to have won the consensus college football national title and a Super Bowl. But he will also only be the first quarterback ever in history to have won both of those and the Heisman Trophy. Burrow, who was the number 1 pick, as I mentioned, in the 2020 draft, is expected to become the first quarterback ever drafted first overall to start a Super Bowl within his first 2 seasons. He's also the 3rd quarterback selected in the first round of the NFL draft to start a Super Bowl within his first 2 seasons, and he joins Dan Marino and Ben Roethlisberger. Only 2 quarterbacks have ever won a Super Bowl in their first years with the teams. That was Trent Dilfer in the year 2000 with the Ravens, and Tom Brady, who obviously did that last year. So Matt Stafford is in line to be the 3rd person if they do win the game on Sunday. Stafford has at least 2 touchdown passes in each of the Rams' 3 postseason games. With 2 touchdown passes in the Super Bowl, he will join Pro Football Hall of Famer Kurt Warner, Joe Flacco, and Tom Brady as the only player in NFL history with at least 2 touchdown passes in 4 postseason games with the same team. That's Tom Brady from 2020, by the way. Jamar Chase is looking for another rookie record. So he holds the record for most receiving yards ever by a rookie with 1,455. He's followed that with the postseason record of 279 yards by a rookie wide receiver in his first 3 playoff games. So the only one left is to beat Torrey Holt's record for most receiving yards by a rookie in a Super Bowl. That mark is set for 109, so 110 yards above, and Jamar Chase will add another record. As for Cooper Kupp, we know he led all three of the major receiving categories, which was receptions, yards, and touchdowns. And he's the first player in league history to lead the NFL in those three categories for a team that advanced the Super Bowl. He is the third player to lead the league in receiving yards and appear in the Super Bowl in the same season. That is with Jerry Rice, who did it twice in 1989, 1994, and Drew Pearson in 1977. Kupp has total 25 receptions for 386 yards and 4 touchdowns during the postseason. On Sunday, he can surpass Travis Kelce, who had 31 receptions during the 2020 postseason for the most receptions in a single postseason all time, and become the second ever player to reach 500 receiving yards in a single playoff run. And that was Larry Fitzgerald in 2008 with 546. The Bengals have a +5 turnover ratio this postseason on the strength of 6 Bengals interceptions by 6 different players, including Von Bell, whose overtime interception of Patrick Mahomes set up Cincinnati's game-winning field goal for the AFC Championship game that led them to the Super Bowl. Trey Hendrickson is ranked 5th in the NFL with a career-high 14 sacks this season. He's one of 2 players with at least 13 sacks in each of the last 2 seasons. And linebacker Logan Wilson, who led the team this season with 4 interceptions, had an interception against Tennessee in the divisional round. He also led the team with 98 tackles. So a lot of things in this team point to this defense being a lot better than expected, and they've really turned up in this postseason. But then if we look at the Rams, Aaron Donald is the Associated Press Defensive Player of the Year for the 3rd time, and he's seeking his first Super Bowl victory. The Rams have been ranked 6th in rushing defense with 103.2 yards per game allowed, and ranked 3rd with 50 sacks. Donald had 12.5 sacks in the regular season, became the 4th player since 1982, when the individual sacks became an official statistic to register at least 8 sacks in each of his first 8 seasons. He also has 1.5 sacks during the 2021 playoffs. And Von Miller is making his 2nd Super Bowl appearance after registering 2.5 sacks to earn Super Bowl 50 MVP honors with Denver. Including the playoffs, Miller has a sack in 6 of his last 7 games. So quite a amazing run of results and statistics there to review. So many interesting notes in this game. So both of these teams came from behind. Bengals overcame an 18-point deficit to advance their first Super Bowl appearance since 1988. The Rams overcame a 10-point fourth quarter deficit to pass the San Francisco 49ers and make the second Super Bowl in 4 seasons. Matt Stafford is ranked 2nd in the NFL with 41 touchdowns. He's ranked 3rd in passing yards, 4,886, and 6th in passer rating. Unbelievable record from him. But then also Joe Burrow has set franchise records, passing yards 4,611 and TDs at 34. He ranks 2nd in the NFL with a 108.3 passer rating. So both these guys are in sight of significant records. So the records that they are in sight of are passing yards in the postseason. Eli Manning holds that record at 1,219, followed by Kurt Warner and Joe Flacco. Matt Stafford has thrown 809 yards this postseason. Joe Burrow at 842. So the record is within sight for both these players, but we need to have a heck of a game. As I mentioned, Cooper Kupp with the receptions record. He needs 6 to tie Kelce and 7 to win and pass and become the most received player in postseason history. He's also in line for the receiving yards record. He needs 160 yards to tie Larry Fitzgerald, 161 to beat them. So number of things in play here for both these teams. And when we look at some of the numbers behind which can shape the numbers that can shape this game here, there's a lot of interesting statistics here. So if we look about one thing to talk about with Coach Reinbold is this ability of the Rams to get to the quarterback, and is this going to be a bit of a mismatch? In terms of the Rams, they just have this amazing ability to win at the line of scrimmage on defense. They have the best pass rush win rate, the best run stop win rate, and the best pass block win rate in the NFL. So when you're looking at what they do to predict, to get to the quarterback, but then also protect their own quarterback, have done an amazing job this season. But they are facing a quarterback in Joe Burrow who has continued to exceed expectations. So much so, he actually statistically is the most accurate quarterback in the NFL because his completion percentage is 6% over expected, which is the largest mark in the NFL this season. When we look at the defenses, we obviously are talking about the Rams, fourth in DVOA against the run and the pass. As the Bengals, as I've mentioned in the regular season, not as statistically hot, 18th in DVOA against the pass, 20th or 18th overall, 20th against the pass, 16th against the run. Obviously not amazing statistics, but as I've mentioned earlier, they have really come to play in this postseason, and they're not to be underestimated. Rams, very potent offense, 8th ranked offense according to DVOA. The Bengals are 18th, but again, just don't necessarily worry about that because the Bengals know how to get it done in tight situations, but it's just something to keep an eye on. When it comes to explosive plays, Joe Burrow has completed 12 passes over 50 yards this season. That's a most by a QB in the last 20 years. But as I mentioned previously on another podcast, both these players are very good against the blitz. Matt Stafford better than anybody in terms of expected points against expected points added per play against the blitz, 0.64 points. That is the highest mark of any quarterback in the last 3 years, as well as also Cooper Kupp, because that's his outlet for the blitz, 636 receiving yards against the blitz, which is the most by a wide receiver in the last 15 years. But having said that, Joe Burrow is just as good against the blitz. He is 6th in expected points against the blitz. And in terms of the struggles in terms of man coverage, they don't struggle that often. Matt Stafford first against man coverage, 0.51 EPA. Burrow 0.27 EPA. That ranks Burrow fourth. That ranks Stafford first. The one thing about the blitz, and this is something I would not expect the Bengals to blitz too much on Sunday. So even though I've mentioned about Stafford's amazing ability to beat the blitz and score a lot of points, the Bengals are actually the third lowest blitzing team in the NFL this season. So these statistics are telling you we're expecting a lot of zone coverage. It's going to be down to, will we see Lou Anarumo drop 8 more frequently and try and pick his spots and reduce Cooper Kupp to just catches over the top and screens and just limit the amount of yardage you can get? And also, how are they going to limit Odell Beckham Jr. in this? Because it's obviously a very, very difficult set of lineups. Both these teams have 3 unbelievable wide receivers that they can use. The one thing that a lot of people will be talking about is this matchup between Chase and Jalen Ramsey. Wouldn't expect this to be too frequent. I think you'll get some spots where they will try and target Ramsey, but that will be hard. I think they'll try and scheme Chase to try and go to the other side and try and get him up against the weaker corner side. But also, I think with zone, I don't think you're going to see too many instances where you're going to get a lot of one-on-one with Chase and Ramsey. So expect Chase to maybe get some double coverage, maybe Ramsey to even get some help. But also, I expect to see a lot of zone where they might let him drop deep to get a shorter yardage and avoid being beaten over the top. So again, I've been watching for the Bengals to maybe drop and get those 8 defenders back to try and limit what the Rams can do. And they did this against the Chiefs. According to Next Gen Stats, against the Chiefs, they dropped 35% of pass plays in that game against the Chiefs in the AFC title game. Mahomes went 7 of 13 for 59 yards with an interception and 2 sacks. So something to definitely keep an eye on is watching and how they adjust. And I think you'll need to see the Bengals sort of keep it close in the first half and then try and win it in the second half. One thing we'll see is definitely a lot of conservative play calling when it gets tight. So both of these coaches are well renowned and well known for their conservative play calling here. So something to keep an eye on. In terms of timeouts and game management, there's been some accusations thrown at Taylor that his game management isn't the best. I think he's done pretty well in the postseason, but then he's been playing from behind quite a bit. Against McVay actually wastes the most amount of timeouts per game. Between 2018 and 2021, he wastes on average 2.9 timeouts per game, which is half of his allotment. So a wasted timeout is where they're taking a timeout either because they don't have enough men on the field, too many men on the field, they don't feel ready, they don't clock in time, and don't get to the line of scrimmage in time. The time's about to expire, and they don't want to take a delay a game penalty, etc. So there is some game management pieces that we will see from McVay that could swing this. So something to keep an eye on. Both these teams don't give up too many penalties, so we're hoping not to see too many flags in this one. Both of them giving up around about 36, 37 yards in penalties per game, so not too many. In terms of turnovers, both of these teams sort of average about 1 turnover a game, just slightly over 1.1, 1.2 turnovers per game. So again, something we can expect is to see a couple of turnovers is who's going to take advantage of those turnovers. And more importantly, a team's going to be able to force a second or third turnover, because I think that will be a key difference in the game. But you'd expect a turnover aside at least, because that's what these teams have given up this season. But they've also been able to create a turnover a game. So it says on paper that they are likely to balance out, that both teams will give and take away, which would make sense, a turnover every game on average. The Rams slightly better, but it's really marginal. In terms of the balance between pass and run, the Rams are more likely to give up the run a lot quicker. They actually pass 61% of the time. The Bengals tend to pass a bit more balanced 56% of the time. How that breaks down, and I've used NFL Savant for this, is that the Rams tend to, on first down, pass 52% of the time, rush 48% of the time. So very, very even split on first down. Second down, that jumps up quite significantly, 66% on second down, 34% running on second down. So they pass quite a lot more. On third down, as you would expect, especially on those third and long situations, they pass 74% of the time and only rush 26% of the time. How that matches with the Bengals, they're more likely to rush on first down. They rush 56% of the time on first down versus 44% of the time passing. Tend to take some shots on second down. It's a 60-40 split in favor of the pass. But third down is 82% in favor of the pass, 18% just rushing. So we're likely to see through this that the Rams will probably give up the run first. The Bengals will need to establish the run and need to do this quite considerably. So let's keep an eye on that. I think if the Bengals give up the run, it could be a long afternoon, evening for them. Shout out to Kevin Huber. Kevin Huber is the punter for Cincinnati, and he's been in Cincinnati's pretty much his life. He grew up in Cincy, he went to high school in Cincy, he went to college in Ohio, and then he is back with Cincy. He's been on the team, I think, 12, 13 years. He's never left, and he is now in the Super Bowl. It's an amazing story. So, Kevin Huber, kudos to you, and I hope you enjoy your evening. A bit of punter love there. Time of possession is really interesting here. So the Rams have been very successful, 15-5 this season, but their time of possession is actually under 30 minutes. So they are more explosive as an offense. They don't need as much time with the ball. And this also explains why they don't manage games very well, why they can get in front and then all of a sudden teams can come back to them because they don't dominate that time of possession. I think a real key shift they'll need to make on Sunday is to try and get over 30 minutes and dominate the time of possession. If they can get themselves away from sort of this 27, 28 minutes they get now, get to that 34, 35 mark, I think they'll easily win the game. So some slightly longer drives, some more time on the ball. Don't quit the run too quickly, I think is a key piece. I think for the Bengals to win the game, they have averaged over 30 minutes time of possession. I think they're going to need to do this as well. They're going to have to. The time of possession battle is going to be really important because we associate the Rams with this explosive, or the Bengals with this explosive offense. They fire quickly, they score quickly with these big explosive plays. And that's true. But also, if you give the Rams too much of the ball, they will just stifle this game and take it away from them. So Bengals need to dominate time of possession. They need to keep with the run, need to go on long drives, keep ticking the scoreboard over. So time of possession battle going to be really, really, really important. In terms of the Rams D, they've only given up 17 passing touchdowns this season, which is the second least in the NFL. But they have given up 18 rushing touchdowns. So they've actually given up more rushing touchdowns than passing touchdowns, which says, again, need to run, need to get Joe Mixon into that secondary and let him do some damage. The reason we might see the Rams give up the run much quicker is that actually the Bengals have the 5th best run defense in the NFL. So we're likely to see them potentially give it up very quickly. So there wouldn't be a surprise if we see Stafford throw this ball 35, 40 times in this Super Bowl. But I think it's really interesting to see how they try and break this down and go away from there. So a couple of other final quirky notes and statistics here. The Bengals became the first team to win each of their wildcard divisional and championship games by 7 points or fewer, and the third team ever since 2003 to go from first to worst to make the Super Bowl, which I've mentioned. But also, they're the 4th team ever to make the Super Bowl after recording 4 or fewer wins the previous season. That was San Francisco 2019, the Rams in 1999, and themselves, the Bengals, in 1988. Yes, that will cover everything from a sites and statistics perspective. Last thing to look for is the Super Bowl records. So these are records that could potentially be broken during the Super Bowl. I'm just going to lay these out here. So quarterback with the most passing yards is Tom Brady through 505 in Super Bowl 52 for New England. Steve Young has thrown the most passing touchdowns with 6 in Super Bowl 29. Most rushing yards was Timmy Smith of Washington in Super Bowl 22, 204. Most rushing touchdowns was Terrell Davis with 3 in Super Bowl 32 for Denver. Most receptions in the Super Bowl was James White, believe it or not, with 14 in Super Bowl 51, that incredible comeback against the Falcons. 215 receiving yards by Jerry Rice in Super Bowl 23 for the 49ers. He also has the most receiving touchdowns with 3, which he did on 2 occasions in Super Bowl 24 and also Super Bowl 29. Most sacks in the Super Bowl is 3. The last player to do that was Grady Jarrett in Super Bowl 51 with the Atlanta Falcons. That will do it. That's all the statistics and everything. Look forward to introducing you to the next segment of this show. Going to be a cracking one, as you admit. There's some statistics, there's some records to look for, and so the tail of the tape with all things statistic wise. Now we move on to one of my favorite guests joining. It's been far too long since I've had this brilliant person on the show, but I thought it's Super Bowl week and I'm really keen to hear his opinions on how he's going to break down the season as a whole and also the game. So going to be a very busy man on Sunday because he will be hosting the BBC coverage, also hosts basketball league coverage for Sky Sports, and he writes for the Times and Squawka. It's Nat Coombs. Nat, welcome back. How are you?
Murf, good to see you. What a lovely introduction. I mean, forget these intros that teams and players get in the Super Bowl. That's all you need in life, an intro from Murf. I'm just going to bag that up and just carry that around when I'm entering a shop, when I'm going out for dinner, before a difficult interview I've got to do. I'm just going to play that in my ear.
You can hire me as a hype man. I can just come with you anywhere you go.
I'm in.
How's things been? Like, obviously busy week for you. You're prepping for Sunday, and congrats on fronting the Super Bowl gig. It's going to be amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm thrilled to be fronting the coverage, and I can't wait for it. It's going to be the usual suspects, Jason, OC, FA Abada's in the studio as well. So it's going to be a great lineup in the studio. And as it's always a pleasure working with the guys, and I'm really looking forward to working with FA because, you know, he'll have a lot of up close and personal experience with a lot of the players we're going to see on Sunday. So to get that insight from players is always a privilege. And however long I've been in love with the game and covering the game professionally, I'm always learning something new every day. And so I'm very much looking forward to that aspect beyond anything else.
Absolutely. And I think that's why I love the sport, because when you look at, you know, Premier League football or any other, you know, sport, you kind of feel like you're seeing every few years it goes through a revolution, but you feel like you're seeing quite a lot of the same things on the pitch. You can identify the formations, you can identify the style of play quite quickly. Whereas with the NFL, especially with these two teams, and we'll get to them in a minute, it's just going to be like it's going to be a completely different Super Bowl to what we've seen in previous years. Because although they've both got playmakers on defense, both these offenses are highly exciting. So I can't wait for it. I think it's going to be a great Super Bowl.
It's such a good point you make, actually, just on that. I agree. I think there are certain things that happen. And look, you mentioned basketball, football. So it's not to say that one is better than the other, or that necessarily the NFL is more sophisticated, but there's no doubt that the complexity of strategy and the continuing development of strategies and counterbalancing is really intriguing. And even to the point on the show this week, my pod, Ollie Connolly, the brilliant Ollie Connolly was on, and he's, you know, one of the best X's and O's guys in the game, not least because he can illuminate and articulate in such a simple way, and he makes very complex things seem quite straightforward. But we were talking about this Bengals in the second half against the Chiefs, the Bengals dropping 8, which, you know, everybody's talking about, and you know, Ollie was saying this is not a new thing, but they were doing it on every play for a start, and that's what was confusing Mahomes to a degree. But that was my question to him. This is not a new it's not like Lou Anarumo developed this in the locker room at half time. This has been around for a while. So why did that confuse a quarterback as brilliant as Mahomes and an offensive mind as developed and advanced and experienced as Andy Reid? And that's what we love about this game, just trying to understand that this is something that shouldn't have happened in theory, but it did happen, and how the Bengals pulled that off. And so, yeah, in almost every instance, you know, every game this season, there's detail and there are nuances that you can scratch down as deep as you want to go. And if you're not really into the X's and O's and to that level, that's fine too, because the sport has, you know, something for everyone, I think.
And I think that's a great point, is the fact it does have literally something for anyone. You've got people who perhaps are quite new to the game. You know, I did an event with Jay Bell and Hannah last week in London. And I was speaking to people who literally had been getting into the game. There were people there who didn't have teams. Yeah. And they were coming up to me afterwards, and I spent some time, and I wanted to talk to everyone. So, and they say, how did you pick your team? I was like, well, mine's pretty easy. I lived in Florida. I picked the local team. It was quite straightforward. I said, but I speak to people all the time, and there's so many different ways you can pick a team, whether it's Madden. You know, one of the guys who I've got on who's going to preview the Rams, he talks about how he finds his team, and you know, it's so many great ways you can pick a team, and you know, whether you're a lover of offense or defense or both, or the strategy. I think that's why the audience grows so much, because it's fireworks. It's literally got everything you could want. And I think that transitions nicely to this season, because I know you're like me. You like to think about the season as a whole. We've just watched it. And if someone was to ask us 5 years from now, tell us about the 2021 season, what would you say are like the story of the season? What would you say is like the underpinning current of how we've got through this season, and some of the headlines and memories that you have from it? Well, it's fresh in our minds.
Yeah, exactly. Because I have a very, very bad short-term memory situation. Well, I think there are a couple of things really stand out. The first would be how wide open it's been. And again, if we're talking about things we love about the NFL, that is not something that is unique to this season. It's always wide open, or typically wide open, in the sense that at any stage of the season, you could make a case for a number of teams going on to a deep playoff run, you know, and potentially the Super Bowl, right? But I feel that has been more open than I can remember this year. So if I look at the starting field in the playoffs, with one or two exceptions, you know, probably Philly, Pittsburgh, I feel you could have made a case for any of those teams being there on Sunday. And actually, if you look at the two teams that have made it, neither, I think, would be considered at any stage of the season, favorites or serious contenders for the Super Bowl. I mean, I've been quite supportive and protective of the Rams. One of the big themes, if we're talking about themes of the season that's wound me up on a negative, has been how quickly we are to write teams off, to overreact. Recency bias, I think, is getting out of control. So I wrote a couple of pieces this year when that was happening with the Chiefs, because obviously the Chiefs were struggling this season offensively for a chunk of time. But that doesn't stand to reason that's the end of the Chiefs dynasty, as we were hearing. And, this is it. And they're probably not going to make the playoffs. It's nonsense. It's just simplistic overreaction, hot take nonsense. And similarly with the Rams, there was a lot of criticism flying around about them. And whilst I caveated this by saying, look, I'm not suggesting I think they're a heavyweight contender, at the same time, they are clearly going to be a contender. You can't write this team off. Everybody was suddenly suggesting that McVay is no longer a good head coach. What are we talking about here? So I think going back to my initial point, I think it was a wide open season. And I think that was really, really intriguing, particularly with the playoffs. A lot of criticism about the expansion of the playoffs and whether it was a good thing. And I know there were a couple of games that, were potentially underpin that point that, the expansion of the playoffs doesn't necessarily make for an altogether competitive wildcard weekend. But I'd counter that by saying I can remember some god-awful wildcard round games, right? So I don't think that's necessarily down to the expansion. So wide open season for sure. I suppose the other thing, Murf, I'd say is just how clearly the game is developing in terms of particular positions, being able to hit the ground running and acclimatize quickly. So, back when, if you go back 10 years, certainly, and absolutely longer than that, the big risk with drafting a wide receiver was you're probably not going to get a huge amount of productivity year one. It's a complex jump up. Certainly that's true with quarterbacks. And I think that's changing and changing for lots of different reasons. But I think we're now seeing players that are go now, hit the ground running, and the evolution of NFL offenses is allowing for that. But I think that's really, really exciting.
I couldn't agree more. I think it's amazing the last couple of years you've had the rookie record broken by wide receiver, first by Justin Jefferson and then by Jamar Chase. I mean, how amazing we're going to get to watch these two guys for the next 10 years or so, or certainly at least the next 7 or 8 at their absolute peak, barring injury and touch wood that doesn't happen. But, even guys like Jalen Waddle, had a terrific season. Devonta Smith, and I know that was a difficult situation, still had by regards a good rookie season. So I think you're absolutely right that wide receivers now are coming into this game, and this class coming in now, there's some great wide receivers coming in 2022. So I think that trend's just going to continue. And Jamar Chase is going for the rookie triple crown, I guess, on Sunday, because he's got the rookie receiving yards record in the regular season. He's got it in the postseason. Now he just needs 110 yards on Sunday, and he gets the Super Bowl record as well, which is held by Torrey Holt. So we'd love to see him get that. In terms of, for me, I asked this question to a few people, and the one that I keep coming back to is controversies, because there's been a lot this year. I think for me, more than any other year, there's been a lot of controversies, some avoidable, some not avoidable. What do you think about the role of coaches, the controversies that have occurred with a couple of coaches this year, but then also in terms of player controversies? And it just seems to me that we spend almost as much time talking about them as we are about the product on the field. It certainly felt like that this year from a number of perspectives. I mean, that's kind of when I think about this year, I think that's where I'm at. What about you in terms of these controversies and your memories of them?
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I think there are lots of different examples under that quite broad church, right? So there are things that are deeply tragic but not new to the NFL. So Henry Ruggs in that situation, for example, for as far back as I can remember, players have got in trouble off the field of various different kinds, and often with tragic consequences. And there are no winners there. And just on that note, actually, one of the things that really stood out in terms of enduring memories of this season, and somebody who I've always liked as a player, but I really respect beyond what he's doing on the field now, is Derek Carr. I thought his reaction to that situation was first class and testament to what a smart and sophisticated leader he is. I thought that was brilliant. So I think, there are those types of situations that sadly keep reoccurring. I suppose one of the things that is potentially happening, which it will be interesting to see how far this plays out, is, which we're seeing in so many sports, I guess, is the increased impact of player power. And that can be for good or bad, right? So last summer, I'm just trying to get my maths right here, but last summer, with a lot of the social activism that was happening globally, but particularly in the States, that was a great example of positive player power where and I hope that the NFL will continue to facilitate real change as opposed to paying lip service to these issues. But you saw when a collection of players got together and forced the issue, the NFL reacted. And I think that will continue to happen. The flip side of that, I guess, is that player power will, will the NFL be one of those leagues where individually players will gain more and more, have more and more power to, I guess, arrest the core construct of it being a team game and no one individual is bigger than anyone else. The NFL, maybe more again than any other league in the world, and again you compare this to football and the Premier League, is it is built on that. And I wonder if that's going to change, and if controversies that are flaring up, and not necessarily ones of the legal variety or criminal situations, but beyond that, where players, if there is an equivalent, say, of Antonio Brown, where a player is frustrated about the situation and behaves in the same way, where he walks off the field, maybe not as dramatically as Antonio Brown did, but he walks off the field. Is that the kind of thing that now, probably certainly a few years ago, that no one carries that, and that player is going to get cut? I wonder if that's going to change down the line. I guess it will often always depend on who the player is and how important he is to the team, right? But I wonder if we'll see more of that.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point, because we're seeing, I think the Tom Brady move to Tampa and getting his friends together and building a winning team and having a player effectively build a portion of the franchise to win a Super Bowl. There's people looking on like Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson. They're thinking, that's pretty cool. I want to do that now. And they don't have that power. And I think we're at this crossroads now where Tom Brady, and rightfully so, as the best to ever do it, earned that respect and power to do it. It'll be interesting to see now, will other players do it? And more importantly, will we see it on the other side of the ball? Will we see the likes of maybe someone like an Aaron Donald, if he ever hits free agency or gets near it and wants to test the market? Will he be allowed to do something similar? I think it's going to be fascinating. But
we're seeing that a little bit, aren't we? Donald's a great example, and the Rams are a great example. So the whole Von Miller situation, and there's no doubt that they're leveraging NBA style, leveraging players to say, "Hey, come here, come hang with us." The Rams are a great example because they're win now, but I think that is happening more and more. The NBAization, we'll go with that, of the NFL, the star power. And of course, the salary cap and all of the egalitarian construct means, well, it's not necessarily a game plan that's going to be prevalent and certainly not enduring. But will we see more teams do what the Rams are doing, which is, all right, this is our window, we're going to go all in?
Yeah. And then on the other side, on Sunday, they've got the Cincinnati Bengals that have built this team through the draft. They picked 1 overall 2 years ago. They picked 5 overall this year. And now all of a sudden they're in the big dance. They've, built a lot of these players through some free agents like Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, it's a bit of both, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. But they have drafted well and shown that the front office have to be patient. And they're a good model now for teams to saying, give it time, give it a few years. They could have sacked Taylor last year, and they probably would have been within their rights to. I think people were surprised he kept his job. But they stuck with him. He has paid that faith back. What do you make of this matchup on Sunday? This is an exciting game for me. One of the most neutral friendly games, because I don't think anyone is that unhappy that these two teams are in here.
Right, that's a great point. Got so many interesting matchups, and obviously I'm in full on prep mode for Sunday. Let's start with the obvious things. The offensive line of the Bengals has to attempt to hold up. I don't think anybody thinks it's going to be able to neutralize the Rams front, but they've got to find a way of limiting the damage, and that's, I guess, partly what they do with the right-hand side of the line in particular, what support they bring in there, how quickly Burrow can release, whether they can establish the ground game. All of these things I think will have a factor in being able to, not neutralize, but certainly limit havoc that incredible front can wreak. I think if they're not able to do that, I think they're in deep waters. So that's really key. The flip side of that, of course, as well, is how much pressure the Bengals can generate. Because I think you mentioned some of the Hendrickson, obviously, but some of the players that they've picked up in free agency, particularly defensively, are either players that have had a high stock historically or initially, but haven't really played out as they should, or kind of under the radar players that are not, in contrast to the Rams, are not these superstar names, but have performed pretty capably. I mean, I think their pass defense is underrated. I think they've had some they've had some really smart acquisitions there. The safeties are heavyweights. I mean, so I think that they are an underrated defense, and I think everyone's focusing on, as I led with, can the Bengals protect Burrow? Can they get their offense going despite that pressure? But actually, I think what's one of the as interesting battles is going to be, well, can they force Stafford onto the back foot a little bit? I think looking at other key matchups that are interesting for me, well, how will the Rams deal with Jamar Chase? There are obviously different schools of thought, but putting Jalen Ramsey on him is a logical play. But as we know, Ramsey is such a capable corner, he can kind of play anywhere. So maybe they double Chase and they move Ramsey around to neutralize Higgins or Tyler Boyd, and because Ramsey can play slot corner. So I wonder, it'd be interesting to see how they tackle that. And there'll probably be a mixture of mix it up a little bit too. And then most importantly of all, Murf, I mean, I think it's down to the battle of the kickers, right? I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
Everybody's big, understandably, on Evan McPherson. But Matt Gay's an Iceman as well, as he proved. He didn't blink to shut down Tampa. That was just revenge.
And to do it, don't forget, that's the team who drafted him, the team that cut him, all the emotion. And that's a difficult place to kick. He found that himself. But I think Evan McPherson, I'm lucky enough, I'm a Florida Gator fan. I watched him in college. I don't know if you ever saw the video of him released just before the draft of him knocking the bottle top off the
I've seen it.
I mean, that man is unbelievable. I mean, I've made a prediction involving Evan McPherson for Sunday.
Oh yeah, well, MVP.
I mean, I'd love to if he got MVP. I do think he kicks the winning field goal. That's where I think it does go.
So you think it's close? That's interesting. You think it's going to be tight?
I do think it's close. I think this is going to be a high scoring but cagey affair. And I do think Evan McPherson will be kicking, the Bengals to a Super Bowl crown. I just think that this D is so special. They're coming together at the right time because people don't understand. It's like, okay, they were bad in the beginning of the season. Of course they were. They're a new unit. It takes time to gel and get going. 6 turnovers in the playoffs. I mean, that says everything. This team is clicking at the right time. Yeah, I'm going to press you now because I know we're conscious of time for your score prediction and your Super Bowl MVP. Who's lifting the Lombardi on Sunday?
God,
it's not going out till Saturday. This, by the way.
Okay. So. All right. It's obviously going to be a really close game, so make sure you tune in. I hear you with the Bengals. I love this team. I love how fearless they are. I really, really feel Zach Taylor is wholly underappreciated. They're hearing lots of, well, this is a one-dimensional offense, and it's a little bit like any head coach that's working with, Rodgers or Brady. Latterly, anyway, Brady obviously, I feel that Arians suffered this last season with the Super Bowl. Oh, Brady won the Super Bowl. Brady was obviously instrumental in it, but let's not forget. There's quite a lot more to it than that. And I think we're seeing the same thing with the Bengals. It's this underrated defense. It's the Burrow Chase connection. It's all of these. No one's saying anything about Zach Taylor, which maybe there is an argument that his offensive play calling is a bit one-dimensional or at least limited, but the fact that there is this belief in the camp to the degree that we've seen has to come from the head coach. It has to come from him. So he's clearly a really strong leader. So anyway, on that note, I think they will be disappointed on Sunday, the Bengals. I think it's been a brilliant season. I think they've overperformed. I think they are built up for a contending run for the next 5+ years. They got a lot of cap space. I mean, it's a really interesting time for them, but I think this Rams side, it's going to be too powerful. I don't think the line is going to be able to contain them. I think that is where this battle is going to be won. I think because the run D strong as well with the Rams, I think they'll stifle Mixon, and I just think it'll be too much for them. So I like the Rams to win, and by association, my MVP is going to be Cooper Kupp. And I hope
Wow,
it's
okay.
not a quarterback. I hope it's, I mean, no knock on Stafford or Burrow if the Bengals win, but I like it when it's a player other than a quarterback wins the MVP.
I think Julian Edelman was the last one.
Right. Yeah. And Von Miller, of course, won it back.
Super Bowl 50.
Yeah, right. There you go. So maybe Von doubling down. How about that? That could be
that would be a story for sure. He'd be catching Brady with his MVPs.
Yeah, I love that.
That'd be something to go. Well, look, I really appreciate the time. Tell everyone where they can interact, find you, and also watch the game with you on Sunday.
So on Sunday we're starting on BBC Two, actually 11 o'clock for build up. Then we flip over to BBC One just before kickoff. So make sure you join us from 11 on 2. At Nat Coombs on Twitter. I'm kind of on Instagram, but I don't really use it very much. I've been keeping told I need to do better at that. So I need to work on my Insta. And the Nat Coombs Show, our podcast, which we've got a lot of great content this Super Bowl week. Ollie Connolly, I mentioned brilliant X's and O's guy. Iron Mike, of course. Who else have we got? Shane Vereen, who's been there, done it, got the rings. Lots of really, really good stuff. So check that out. The Nat Coombs Show, available on all good podcatchers.
Perfect. Well, look, appreciate your time, Nat, and we're going to flip over to our next guest in just a second. Now we've come to the part of the show that I think pretty much everybody is tuned in for. This is exclusive just for the YouTube channel. So if you're watching this, you are in the right place. This will only be seen on the YouTube video. We are giving away a signed Antonio Gibson jersey, Washington football team jersey. So very current, very relevant that the football team doesn't exist anymore. So will be quite a collector's item, I'm sure, in a few years. But also just a great fantasy player. I know there's a lot of fans out there. So to win this signed Antonio Gibson jersey, all you need to do is hit the subscribe button and make sure that you subscribe. And comment below. I want you to comment with the team that you support. And I'm not going to exclude you if you don't support the Washington football team. And also the who you think will win the Super Bowl. And if you're watching this after the Super Bowl, still put the team that you thought beforehand would win. So we're going to have this open for a little over a week. So this will be available until we'll close the lines at the 20th of February. So you got just over a week or whenever you're watching this to enter. So subscribe. The only thing I say, there has to be a minimum of 30 entrants. If there's not 30 entrants, we will roll it over. So tell your friends, make sure that they hit subscribe, make sure they comment. It's a cool prize. I'm not going to let this go away to just 5 people. So hit subscribe, hit comment, share the video out, get people entering this contest, and make sure that you share the love. And it'd be great to see someone here win this. If you are abroad, we will ask for a contribution for shipping. It's quite expensive to ship to other countries, so especially with Brexit in the EU, etc., but even to the United States. So we're not excluding anyone. Don't have to be from the UK, but we will ask for a contribution. I'm not going to say you have to pay it all, but we will expect a contribution towards postage. So those rules again: subscribe to the 5 Yard Rush YouTube channel. Comment on who you think will win the game. Comment on your favorite team as well. If you want to leave any positive comments about this show, please do. The more comments, the better. Please do interact with the show as much as possible. Yeah. And then also just a way to get in contact with you. So a Twitter handle or a way to get in contact would be great as well. So please do that. Again, got just about a week. And good luck. Look forward to giving this away to someone really deserving. But now it's time to get back to the rest of the show. So we've arrived at the part of the show where we get to talk to somebody who will be having a vested interest in the Super Bowl, who will be supporting one of the two teams in the Super Bowl itself. And it's someone from the 5 Yard family. So it's nice that the 5 Yard family gets to get some success. Luckily, it was me last year. But this year, obviously, with no Buccaneers, I thought I would get my very good friend, part of the 5 Yard family, co-host of the 5 Yard DFS podcast, but also, probably more famously, an Adam Peaty lookalike, but you can't tell with that hat on. It is Nick Owen. Nick, welcome. Thanks for joining me. How excited are you for Sunday?
Oh, no, thanks for having me, Murf. Excited beyond the scale. I think I'm more excited this time round than I was when we played the Patriots, and I remember how excited I was at the time. But the closer it's getting to Sunday, the nerves are now starting to neutralize the excitement a little bit. So, yeah, I cannot wait.
Because you mentioned the Patriots, so that was 2001, 2002.
Well, I'm thinking more the most recent Super Bowl against the Patriots.
2017. So there we go.
Yeah,
There's me
yeah.
looking
Because the other one was way before. Well, I say way before my time, not quite. It was a couple of years before, but I've never actually seen us win the Super Bowl. I know we won it against the Titans in 2000, 2001, but that was a couple of years before I started the fandom.
Yeah, it's 2001, Great Show on Turf, Kurt Warner. That was Isaac Bruce. And 2002 made it back, lost to Tom Brady in the Super Bowl. Yes, of course, there was 2017 with the Gronkowski touchdown, Jared Goff, and the defensive metal between the two in this. I've talked about that game quite a bit in the last couple of weeks, and then somehow today it's completely escaped that was a game, because obviously 13-3 wasn't quite I loved it, by the way. Like I thought it was an amazing game. Maybe it's 2018. It was an amazing game to watch from a defensive, if you're a purist of the game and you actually like the strategy and the coaching, and you see why the coaching staff earn the money that they earn, because they earned it in that game.
Yeah.
But obviously, if you're there for touchdowns and celebrations, you were starved of some serious acts. I think Julian Edelman was Super Bowl MVP in that one.
It was. The thing is, it was like you said, it wasn't one for, if you were expecting a 40-30 kind of game, it wasn't that. It was a chess match. And I think that watching that Super Bowl live, as devastated as I was, I think that is the first time I'd probably truly appreciated how good of a coach and how good of a schemer Bill Belichick actually is, because the Rams had ripped through everything in that season, in the playoff run, and every good bit of the offense had just been completely neutralized. Yes, Todd Gurley's knee going didn't help things, but they still brought in CJ Anderson, who still had really good games in the run up to the Super Bowl, and he was non-existent. So yeah, it was a big learning curve, I think, for McVay, that one. But he's just come up against a defensive masterclass in Bill Belichick, which is what he's known for.
Yeah, and so Zach Taylor was also there, and on that coaching staff, that was his final game as Rams offensive coordinator before he wasn't offensive coordinator; he was quarterbacks coach.
Yeah, I think he was. Yeah.
So for him to then take the Bengals job afterwards, we'll get into the Super Bowl matchup and what that means. I want to learn a little bit about your fandom story. So, how did you end up supporting, I guess, what would have been at the time the St. Louis Rams, but now the LA Rams?
So it's quite an easy one for me, Murph. It's almost a bit of bandwagon jumping. So the very first Madden game I had was Madden 2003. So every time I went to my uncle's, he was always on Madden. So I just pestered my mum and dad at the time can you buy me? Can I have this game? I have no idea what I'm doing, but it looks good. And on the front cover was Marshall Faulk.
Okay.
And I'm trying to pick a team in the season mode, franchise mode, whatever it was called at the time. And I'm thinking, who do I pick? Who's good? I looked on the cover. I thought, well, this guy says Rams on his jersey. We'll go with the Rams. What a poison chalice that turned out to be for the next about 13, 14 years. So I'd missed all the good stuff, the greatest show on turf, like you said. But yeah, I blame Madden for 13, 14 years of absolute turmoil supporting this team.
It's amazing because, Stocks, his story is almost identical to yours about why he picked Denver. And he picked Denver because he only had the demo mode and it was a Super Bowl 50. So he could only pick two teams. And so he picked Denver to play with. And then that's how he became a Bronco. So it's amazing. Like, the stories are parallel. And I think Madden brings a lot of people to the game. And it is a shame you missed the greatest show of turf. I got into the sport properly around that time. So 2000, the Ravens won the Super Bowl. 2001, Great Show on Turf. 99, the Rams beat the Buccaneers. I think they went to the Super Bowl in 99. They beat the Buccaneers in a 9-3 Real poor. I mean, that was a bad game. And I know that was Dungy's sort of best chance, probably to get to the Super Bowl. And I think it was his sort of first run in the postseason, and then he never got it there in the end. But that team with Warner, with Isaac Bruce, with Torrey Holt, with Marshall Faulk was, it's still now, I still get goosebumps thinking about the talent of that St. Louis Rams team. Like, they're like the equivalent of, like, for me, that Barcelona team under Pep, when they just entertained and just won everything.
Yeah.
In the sense of they were the real league entertainers. They just made football fun. It came from an era that was very defensively minded. The Ravens won their Super Bowl, was very defensive minded. The Buccaneers were in the NFC, and they were, very strong defensive unit, pretty average on offense. A lot of those teams around that time were very defensive minded, and then you just had the Rams just going, it's all right, we're just going to blitz it. And it's kind of what we've seen under McVay. Is, I wouldn't say it's the same, because it's a different league now. There are more offensive teams. And maybe McVay gets a lot of credit for being this great offensive-minded coach, and a lot of it is very deserved. 2 Super Bowls in 4 years obviously goes a long way towards that. But I think, he has had the luxury of having a great squad. And again, we'll get to that in a minute. But in terms of, for you, getting back into your Rams fandom, so you got into them 2003. When was the first time you sort of really got into watching the games and like obsessing over the team?
So I think probably from around 2004, 2005. So they just moved on really from the Greatest Show on Turf. There was still a couple of hang-ons from that. So Torrey Holt was still there, but on the sort of decline of his career. Kurt Warner had moved on. Mike Bulger was quarterback, serviceable, but not Kurt Warner by any stretch.
Yeah.
Steven Jackson was just on the brink of breaking through, and he's probably my favorite Ram ever, if I'm being honest. And he's one of the main reasons why I am such a supporter, because when I started really supporting them and watching the game and appreciating the game, Scott Linehan was the head coach at the time. 3 or 4 years of him, plus then Jim Haslett, I think, after that, and Steve Spagnuolo, maybe. Enough to put anyone off the game and off supporting the Rams. But Steven Jackson, throughout all that, was the bright spark. He came out, he played hard week in, week out, put the team on his back. It's so unfortunate that we weren't in these kind of positions whilst he was there. If we had a Steven Jackson now, as much as I love Cam Akers, but if we had a Steven Jackson at running back now, I would just say, you know what, just hand us that ring. It's over. It's game over. But yeah, that it was around 04, 05 onwards, I would say, is when I truly started watching and appreciating the game and getting more of an understanding of it.
So, yeah, we're looking at 17, 18 years. That's a long time. And you mentioned you had the Super Bowl a few years ago. But it has been a bit starved. I mean, this is the Rams' second appearance in the Super Bowl in that time. But there haven't been that many playoff appearances. There haven't been that many runs. So what was, for you, what kept you going? Because I've been there. What kept you going as a fan? Like, was it just, I'm a fan, that's it, I'm just sticking with it? Or, like, what gets you through? Because I know how difficult it is, and my fandom has gone like that, and I've had times where I found it very difficult to watch the team, and I'm appreciate you probably have had the same. So what keeps you going to go, yeah, this is it, I'm just sticking on the ride now, it's all gonna be good one day? Maybe for those like Detroit who are listening like right now.
I think this NFL is a league, and American football is a sport of cycles. And a lot of American sports are very similar, in fairness. They do go on a cycle, and I think a main reason of that is how important free agency is and how important your draft can be as well. And I think that's probably what kept me coming back for more and more and more every year, is that because we sucked so bad, every year it was like, well, we've got a high draft pick to invest here again in every single round of the draft. It can't stay this bad forever. And it felt like it did, but it did turn around, and I think sometimes it can just be small things like coaching changes, personnel changes, culture changes. I think moving back to LA has actually helped the franchise. Yes, they're re-establishing the fan base there, but people want to come and live and be in LA. It's Hollywood. It's bright lights. There's just a better feel around the place. I think as sad as it was to see them leave St. Louis and the history they'd had there in that short space of time, ultimately LA were deprived of that franchise when it moved to St. Louis anyway. And I think it had sort of not overstayed its welcome, but the fans weren't showing up because the product on the field wasn't there. The stadium was dated. But it is a sport of cycles. So anyone following teams like the Jets, Detroit Lions, and you're new to the sport, and if you've been a Lions fan when Megatron was there with Stafford, and you've seen them move on, and the team is struggling. All I would say is just keep with it, because you know what, your teams will make mistakes along the way. You will have busts. You'll have things that you think will pan out and don't. But it is a sport of cycles. We're seeing the Bengals in the Super Bowl. That never happens. But it's literally took them a few years of gutting out, rebuilding, getting the right personnel in, getting the right coaches in, and look where they are now. They're at the Super Bowl at the SoFi Stadium with the Rams. So, I think that's all it is, Murph. I just understood when I started educating more about the game, understanding why some teams are better at certain times, why some teams, New England are the outlier. They are they are the franchise, aren't they? They've been so successful for so long, but even now they're going through a phase in their cycle where they're competitive, but they're not the New England that we're accustomed to seeing. And I think that's what keeps you coming back. It's that hope that kills you, that you think, do you know what, this team cannot be bad forever.
No, I couldn't agree more. And it does get better. And you do have days, and there's ways you can do it. We're looking at our two teams, the Buccaneers and the Rams, and they did it through free agency and acquiring good players through trades. And the Rams basically went all in and decided they're going to trade the next 20 years worth of first round picks. It seems like, I can't remember. I don't even know the next time the Rams going to pick in the first round. It's a long time. But it doesn't matter if you get a ring. If you win on Sunday, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
like the whole thing doesn't.
It's worth it.
It's 100% worth it. And I 100% with you. If you win the ring, everything is justified, and that's what people will remember. What was the first Rams jersey you bought? Who was the name on the back of your Rams jersey?
I always hesitate with jerseys because the first two jerseys I had were actually brought home from America. Friends of family went over to Florida, I think, and they brought me home a Torrey Holt jersey, the blue and gold one. I love the blue and gold. But it was the Reebok jersey, so it was the one where at the time, if you had a number printed on the front, the holes were actually in the number as well.
I've got one of those. Yeah. Mike and all Scott Reebok jersey, similar, but it's black. Yeah.
And the downside to the gold was it didn't survive very long in the wash, so the gold went green. I also had a Leonard Little jersey, which was the white with the blue arms, gold stripe. Following that, the first jersey I treated myself to was a stitched Sam Bradford jersey. So you can see why I'm a little bit hesitant to buy jerseys. The last ever time, I don't even own that jersey anymore. The last ever time I wore that jersey was to the Rams and Patriots game at Wembley. And as I was leaving the stadium, an American guy patted me on the shoulder and he said, "Great game, Sammy, nice game." And he'd had an awful, dreadful game. The only one I've had since has been gifted to me, and it's an Aaron Donald blue and yellow throwback jersey. But I think I'm safe. I think I'm safe with Aaron Donald.
7 All Pros in a row. Yeah, I think you can sleep with your Aaron Donald one. Yeah, that's Sam Bradford. Oh, yeah. I'm not surprised you got rid of it. I'm not one for getting rid of jerseys. I've got some old Arsenal jerseys with some players who left in controversial circumstances, but still, I just put them in the back of a drawer and just pretend I don't have them. I still genuinely have them. That's that. Yeah, Sam Bradford. That might be probably the worst draft pick of all time. Pretty catastrophic, but you can understand it at the time. If you watch the college game, it made sense. It just didn't happen. But yeah, no, I can see why you hesitate. Yeah, next time just say Torrey Holt.
I think if I buy another jersey, it will absolutely be an established player. You know, Holt and Leonard Little were great jerseys to have, but I got them at the time where they were at the end of their careers. So I think my next jersey, if we win on Sunday, I think my next jersey will be Cooper Cup. I think I'm safe there again with Cooper
Cup. I think you got a legend there for sure. Have you ever seen? Have you ever been to St. Louis or LA and seen the Rams, or is it just in London that you've seen them?
No, regretfully I've not been to St. Louis. Just from opportunity, that more than anything. But I would have liked to go there. Yes, Missouri is not the tourist spot number one, but it would be nice to get out there, see the St. Louis Arc, see the Cardinals as well. Big baseball team. I have seen the Rams in London, so I've seen them at Wembley twice. Once against the Patriots, once against the Bengals, and I have seen them at Twickenham against the Giants. So the Bengals game's the most recent one, and that's the only time I've actually seen us win. We lost the other two.
Was that like 30 to nothing? It wasn't a close game.
It was a dull game. It was like 28 points to 3 or something like that. It was a bit of a dull one. Great if you're a Rams fan, and some good touchdowns again, Cooper Cup. But the other two games, the Patriots game at Wembley started really well. I remember the first play of the game was a big 50-yard bomb to Chris Givens. Never seen ever again. And we didn't score again in that game. And the Giants game was a come from behind, but it was we took a lead and we just didn't hold the lead. I think it was 20 points to 17 in the end. But it wasn't, again, a pleasing game to watch. But it was actually a spur of the moment game that I wasn't going. But then the morning of the game, the missus wakes me up at 9 o'clock and says, "Get changed, we're off to Twickenham," and that was that.
Amazing. You got a good in there, that's for sure. I do remember that game. Yeah, I was in kind of two minds of it. Some of these London games, unfortunately, kind of merged together, and like I remember being there and I remember watching the game, and I can remember some of the touchdowns, but I struggle with the scores when they're so one-sided. I had to try and recount to someone the other day the Saints Dolphins game that I think was 20-0, and I think it was 20-0 at halftime, and there was no scores in the second half, and it was a ton of. I've never seen so many flags. I think there was like it felt like there was a flag on every play. It was just like ridiculous. So yeah, I'm with you on that. Let's talk about this season. So obviously with the Rams, they've been knocking on the door a few years. They've won the West a couple of times. This year was obviously slated to be a very difficult year in that division. The Cardinals had invested. The Seahawks are always one of those teams that can just do things. The 49ers as well. One of the toughest divisions in the NFL. What were your sort of feelings at the very, very start of the season? Obviously bringing in Stafford in that trade in January. I know it didn't officially go through till March, but it was done on the 31st of January, 2021. And then so where you were sort of at the start of the season, obviously there was a little blip in the middle there, and then sort of your overall regular season experience and what the journey that the Rams have been on.
Yeah, so I was really excited to get Stafford on board because that to me was a huge quarterback upgrade on Goff. I know not everyone felt that at the time, and I'm thankful to Goff. We did get to a Super Bowl in spite of Goff. Not, people say, "Oh, we got to a Super Bowl with Goff." I think it's more we got to the Super Bowl. Jared Goff, I don't think was a big part of that. I think we got there in spite of some of Goff's play. Stafford has been an absolute revelation. He's had his moments. Don't get me wrong. He's had his some of his throws in his turnovers are like, what have we actually got Jared Goff back at quarterback here, or have we got Matt Stafford? But the talent difference, the arm talent difference, the way he reads the game, completely different. So I was so excited going into the season. I actually have somewhere in this pad to my right was a season prediction for the Rams, and I wrote down all the games and what I think we would win and lose, and I actually wrote down 11-6, so I wasn't too far off. In fact, I don't know if they were 11-6 come the end.
12-5, I think they finished.
So they
could have been the 2 seed going into the final weekend. They dropped to the
Lost to the
4 seed
Niners.
because they
Yeah.
lost to the Niners, which allowed the Niners to get in.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, in terms of the season, I was cautiously optimistic as the season went on. Bringing in OBJ when Robert Woods going down was a big low point, and I'm gutted that he won't be playing on Sunday because you talk about players who deserve to be in the game of that magnitude, and Robert Woods is definitely one of them. One of the nicest guys in football.
I'm a massive fan. He's my favorite. He's my favorite Ram. He's my favorite Ram by a country mile. And I'm going to go on record here. If the Rams win the Super Bowl on Sunday, I will purchase at some point a Robert Woods jersey, because there's a few players on other teams. Josh Allen goes in this category for me, but Robert Woods is by a mile. It's not even close. Is my favorite Ram player. I think he's terrific.
The sad thing is he could, in reality, he could be gone after this season, and I truly hope I truly hope he isn't, because he's one of those leaders. A lot of the work he does goes under the radar. He's the chain mover. He's one of the leaders on offense. He's been there throughout this McVay period for us. We brought him in for next to nothing from the Bills, where he was not a bit part receiver, but he wasn't exactly lighting the world up. He puts together consecutive, really strong seasons with us. So, I love Robert Woods, and it's sad that he won't be playing in that game. But we brought in OBJ at the right time, who has probably exceeded expectation. I think he's shown that the problem isn't necessarily with him, but with the Browns or Mayfield.
Careful.
And yeah, sorry,
I would have said similar. I would have said similar things about Antonio Brown 12 months ago. That's what I'm going to say. Careful what you wish for or say here.
But
asterisk,
bringing Von Miller in as well, I think has helped, because a lot of pressure on that line falls with Donald and Leonard Floyd, and bringing in another edge rusher there is something I think we really needed. We'd invested a little bit of draft stock into some edge rushers. I think we got Terrell Lewis from Alabama, and he's not really panned out. His health has continued to plague him like it did in college. So those are the high points. The low point, like you said, was the Woods injury, the dip in the middle of the season. We had 3 back-to-back losses against the Titans, 49ers, and Packers, and that, I think, was a point in the season where it was like, right, we've had a nice, comfortable schedule up to this point. We've got a comfortable schedule after this, but how do we do against these teams that are going to test us, the teams that we're going to come up against in the playoffs? And we struggled, and we lost those 3 games, and it was like, is this going to be a winning season where we make the playoffs and it's one and done? Is it heartbreaking in the in the divisional or conference games? Where does this season take us? I was absolutely dreading the Niners game this past week, because the story there, lost 6 in a row to them, but I'm so thrilled that we were able to right that wrong in LA. But yeah, I mean, overall, I think we've exceeded expectation. For myself personally, did I think we were going to get to the Super Bowl at the start of the season? No. I would have put the Bucs and the Packers before us. So to go on the road to Tampa, and then to come back to Levi South, as the 49ers fans keep calling it, and beat them in their home territory, I was absolutely thrilled with that. And say what you want about McVay, and I'm one of his biggest critics at times. So I do think he gets a little bit cute with his play calling and tries to overcomplicate what isn't always a simple game, but almost tries to outsmart the game of football rather than just trusting Stafford to get the job done or trusting his running backs. Some of the plays he draws up are crazy, but credit to McVay. He's been here for 5-6 seasons now. We've had winning seasons in 4 or 5 of those seasons, and this is our 2nd Super Bowl. So, thanks very much, Sean McVay and the personnel.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm with you. I think Sean McVay is an incredible play caller who designed some fantastic schemes and gets guys open and really makes the most of the weapons he has. His game management, he is the coach over the last 3 years who has wasted the highest amount of timeouts. He wastes 2.9 timeouts per game on average for unnecessary timeouts. That's, too many players on the field, not enough players on the field, not getting a playoff in time, not managing the clock properly, or just not even being able to pick up the coverage and having to call it. And, it's those situations. Like I look at that Bucs game, and the Rams are out of timeouts going into the 4th quarter. And you're lucky because I think, and this is for me, that game determined why Matt Stafford is worth the price that was paid, because Jared Goff would not have done what Matt Stafford did. At that stage of the game, you go behind, there's about a minute remaining, there's no timeouts. And at that point, in fact, it's not even a minute remaining, and you think, right, with Jared Goff under center, he doesn't make those plays. Bucs win that game. And I know what you're saying, and I'm with you on Stafford. I kind of thought Stafford, with his back and everything, I've been saying, I'm not convinced he can play and carry the team on his back if there's no run game. And the Rams are very quick to give up the run game, but he has continued to defy physical expectations, because they're not ability expectations. If Matt Stafford, who's 100% bill of health healthy, if this is Matt Stafford of 5-10 years ago, he's arguably in that offense an MVP candidate, but we know he's not, because we know he's physically limited with that back, with other injuries. But I do think he has won games for the franchise, and that Bucs game in particular, I know it was very comfortable pre-half, and I know he was responsible for some of the mistakes that allowed the Bucs to get back into it. The Bucs did this to teams last year in the playoffs, but when the game was on the line, he won the game.
Yeah,
that is the difference. You're getting a guy who can make the plays when it matters and isn't phased. He's not afraid to take the risks. He's not afraid about making that mistake.
Yeah,
which I didn't think he still had, and that for me is where Matt Stafford has shown he is an elite quarterback, probably one of the best to never have won a ring. He might correct that on Sunday and leave himself away from that group, but I think he definitely has shown and this is where we got to give some credit to Les Snead, right? Les Snead's, he gets a lot of stick for the traded picks, and it was a meme and it was funny, and there's the Sky thing, the Nike thing, which was F them picks, and and it's funny, and I've always been the proponent that I would always rather have the draft picks than the players, and some of the trades that they pulled off were crazy, skeptical, not necessarily right, but you bring in Matt Stafford to upgrade the quarterback room, which is massive, and yes, you take a massive hit on cap and all those sorts of things, right? If you win a ring, doesn't matter. It's worth every penny.
Yeah.
OBJ, when you lose Woods, again, could have been seen the risk, but you know what? It's paid off to get you to this stage. Von Miller was just an absolute dynamite. You might not be able to re-sign him, but you know what? Again, if you win a ring, it's cost you, I don't know what it cost you, a 4th round pick, 5th round pick. Wasn't a lot. Doesn't matter. It's worth it. And you might re-sign these guys. And that's the other shield of the coin. So I think Les Snead and what he's done to continue to go all in, there's going to be some bumpy times ahead in the next year or two, because we don't know about Stafford's situation, how long he's going to go. And then a lot of these players are going to fall off the roster. Cooper Kupp is approaching 30. You mentioned Robert Woods. You've got a few of these players. So this is, you've got maybe 1 year after this. Before he gets a bit uncomfortable. So you have 2 shots at the bullet. But, I think if you win the ring, it doesn't matter. Free money next year and free money for the next 2 years. But you have to give credit to Les Snead, because he's done it in a very unconventional manner. Instead of finding the manner, find the talent through the draft, he's gone, well, the draft is a risk. We'll take proven players. And done a great job.
Almost sort of changed the game in a way doing that, and I'm done second guessing Les Snead because of the success I've seen from where the franchise was to now, and how he's built the team and what he has sacrificed in terms of the draft picks, and actually establishing some of the talent in the later rounds in the draft that have come in next man up. You saw Nick Scott has been flying around the field at safety for us for the last couple of weeks. Prior to that, he was playing special teams. He's a 6th or 7th round pick. And to find those guys, them rough gems in the draft, where they've then been able to coach them up to game standard in the NFL, is credit to them.
Yeah, especially when you're wasting 2nd round picks on Tutu Atwell.
I mean that's I'll give him 1 more year. Jury's out.
Well, I mean, he's not in games, but it's fair enough. But then you got Van Jefferson again. He's a player I've always had a lot of time for at Florida. He's starting to come good now, and it's great to see Van Jefferson make an impact, because I always thought there was a talented player in there, and he's got the heart of a lion.
Yeah.
He really has that desire to win. It's just that there are some some physical things where he gets out muscled and out jumped, and it takes some coaching to get that out, and it takes time.
He is Cooper Cup light. That is Van Jefferson to me. He's Cooper Cup light. If you're drinking Budweiser, you know you're drinking Budweiser. If you're drinking Bud Light, it's okay, but and it's the same kind of thing.
So let's talk very, very briefly, very quickly here about this game now on Sunday. Just this small little game. A few 100 million people are going to watch it. They got a few sort of older generation stars like Eminem and Snoop Dogg appearing at half. Nothing major. Just like a little scrimmage. It's almost like a preseason game, right? No, we got the Super Bowl, big event. You got the Bengals. Probably not a single person in this world probably would have predicted this would have been the Super Bowl for many reasons. Where do you think you're looking at the Bengals now? And I mean, you could have had Mahomes and the Chiefs. You could have had the Titans, who the Titans did beat you in the regular season. Do you feel happy that it is the Bengals? I mean, obviously, any team that's in the Super Bowl is a good team, but I mean, do you think if you could have picked some of the other options there, you must be pretty happy it's the Bengals, given how you would match up to them?
Yeah, and I've flip-flopped on this in my head for the past week or so. When we beat the Niners and I knew the Bengals were already there, I'm thinking to myself, we're not going to get a better opportunity than this. This is in our stadium, in front of our fans. It is going to be a fairly neutral crowd, I would have thought, because that's just how Super Bowls are. But like you said, the matchup is perfect. Every strength of our team in terms of the pass rush, the secondary, is almost designed to neutralize their offense. But on the flip side of that, this is their first time there. No fear. Joe Burrow, we know exactly what Joe Burrow is now. We've seen it in college, wins the Heisman, comes to the NFL, has a rough season, gets the injury, comes back, absolute star. It's no fluke anymore, I don't think. And the teams that they've beaten in the run-up, I think it's that no fear aspect. They go out there, they are the underdogs with Vegas. There's nothing to lose for the Bengals. The fact that they're there in itself is almost an achievement. I think despite a few analysts I'm seeing are now picking the Bengals. In fact, I think I saw 5 of 8 pick the Bengals a couple of days ago on ESPN. And I'm thinking they're sort of seeing the tide turning a little bit now, and people are saying, well, actually, it's, could the Bengals do this? It's Joe Burrow, it's Jamar Chase, it's Joe Mixon. But I think I would still rather have played this team than play the Chiefs or play the Bills in this game.
And I get that for a lot of reasons. I think with the Bills, I don't think the Rams match up well. I think the way that Josh Allen can pick his spots and the way that he can, the offensive and defensive fronts, I think, that defense, for me, the Bills are the best defensive team in football. I think they would have hurt Matt Stafford quite considerably. I think they would have really been quite opportunistic and picked his pockets at times. And I think it would have been tough for them to get out of a spot if they went behind sizably. The Chiefs are great just because Patrick Mahomes is capable of anything. I think that would have been a great matchup, but it is a strange one because, as you say, on paper, and as I say, on paper, it makes a lot of sense, but there is just something about the puncher's chance. There's just something about the team that probably in week 16 of the season, absolutely no one would have predicted that they would have probably even made the playoffs, or they'd have been a very low seed in the playoffs. You look to their remaining schedule, the Chiefs week 17, you think, yeah, well, they'll probably lose to the Chiefs, and then they need to win and in. And if they're lucky, they might get in at the wild card. And yet, they end up pulling off, the Raiders. I don't think anyone was shocked in particular. I mean, I picked the Raiders. I just felt that there was some tide with them. But I don't think anyone was shocked that they picked off the Raiders. And then to do what they did against the Titans was impressive. And then to see what they did here against the Chiefs was especially in overtime and everything they did was great. So I think it's one of those things I think they have the momentum. I think maybe more so because they've been quite dominant for the most part, except for a half against the Chiefs where they were blown out. They've been pretty dominant in games. But having said that, Aaron Donald from against an O-line that's basically as wafer thin as your notepad.
I mean, and
it's
the
a
thing
scary
is,
prospect.
I'm seeing a lot of people say, well, they managed to get to Burrow, the Titans got to him 9 times. They still found a way to win, which does ring true, but we've got better guys getting to him. We've got guys like Aaron Donald force mistakes. He's a game wrecker. He's a game destroyer. Von Miller coming off the edge. He's played really, really well in the run up to the playoffs and in the playoffs. And and this is before you even go into the backfield, the likes of Jalen Ramsey and people. You're coming up against some of the best guys in their position that you will have seen this year. And I think what I'm clinging to a little bit as well is the times when the Bengals have come up against good defenses this year, they have struggled, and that is what I'm clinging to.
Where would you say is the weakness for the Rams?
Glaringly, it is the linebackers. I'll keep it nice and short on this, Murph. They cannot tackle. Troy Reed has missed so many tackles in the playoffs. If he lines you up, he's got you in front of him. He's probably going to get you down. He's probably going to hit you hard. But actually going sideline to sideline, I'm really concerned about our tackling. And I don't know if, I hope it won't, but I don't know if the injuries, to the safeties will catch up to us. Eric Weddle's played really well, actually. He's been our top tackler. And Nick Scott, like I said, has been a revelation. Taylor Rapp back there was having his struggles. He's back this week. I'd like to see him probably more in a bit of a hybrid role, where he's maybe lining up alongside the linebackers and dropping back in coverage, or Taylor Rapp's a good tackler, so I wouldn't be opposed to seeing him in those kind of roles rather than just playing as an out-and-out safety where he sometimes gets caught out of position. But that, I think, is where the weakness for us lies, especially when you're matching up against the Bengals, who, Jamar Chase versus Ramsey. Am I concerned there? Chase has had a great season, but Ramsey's a very, very good cornerback. T. Higgins probably concerns me a little bit more because Darius Williams is smaller and has had a down season on last season, shall we say. And it's the short yardage over the middle, the Tyler Boyds, the CJ Uzomas. That's what concerns me a little bit with this team, is how the linebackers cope with situations like that.
Yeah, because it's an interesting one because both these teams are very, very similar. Both very good against the blitz. Burrow, 4th expected points against the blitz, or averaged against the blitz. Matt Stafford is actually the best against the blitz. In fact, he put up the highest expected points average against the blitz of any quarterback in the last 15 years. Cooper Kupp put up one of the highest wide receiver marks against the blitz that we've seen in records the last 20 plus years. But both these quarterbacks are very good in man coverage. So I think we're not going to see a lot of man. I think we'll see some man, but I think it's going to be a lot of zone. I'm intrigued. For me, the matchup for me, where if I'm a Bengals fan trying to exploit, or a Bengals coach trying to exploit this, is exactly what you're saying. Taylor Rapp, the linebackers, and thinking about how do we get the mismatches where we can get Chase open on the weak side, but how do we get T. Higgins in open space? Because he has proven that if you can get T. Higgins into the secondary, he's going to hurt. He's going to hurt the Rams. And I think that's what I'd be looking at, where you can get Mixon involved in the blocking game. I'd be looking at where you can try and get some men downfield. I actually think Tyler Boyd is a sneaky watch in this game, because I think he'll be able to exploit the space that might be afforded to him. So I think it's a really intriguing matchup, but I do think that the Rams match up much better against the Bengals than I think they would against the Bills in particular, but maybe also the Chiefs. So it's going to be a really exciting game. I really hope it's not like a 9-6. It would annoy the living.
Surely it won't be.
Because not with all the talent on display, you would expect this to be a great game. So come on, I'm going to ask you to I know you're going to predict a Rams victory, right? And I think anyone listening to this is knowing you're going to predict that. I want to know what you think the score is going to be.
I am going Rams victory, and I'm gonna go a little bit wider than the odds makers have it, and I'm gonna go Rams 28, Bengals 17.
Okay, so you're going quite a wide spread. Okay, and do you think they're going to be in control of this throughout? Do you think it's going to be? I'm not going to say it's a comfortable night, because it's never a comfortable night, and not with Joe Burrow on the other side. But do you think this is going to be one of those cases that the Rams kind of open up to a lead and then kind of manage the game, and then maybe just get an icing score late and kind of just withhold a barrage? Or do you think that the Bengals are going to go up first, get a bit twitchy, and the Rams are going to plow through and take the win?
I think it's hard to say, because we've started fast in some games, like against the Bucs, and then started slow in others, like we did against the Niners. But that stat, and the Niners are the only team to do it, and that stat is that if McVay is leading at halftime, I think there's only one team that's beaten the Rams when McVay leads at halftime, and it's the 49ers, and they shrugged that monkey off the back last week, and they righted the wrong there. Usually when he is up at halftime, he will manage a game out. What I want to see from us is sticking to the run game, stick to what works, establish play action off that, because I think that's where we work really well. Find the gaps between the linebackers and the secondary, which I think is where we'll hurt the Bengals, where other teams have hurt them. And yeah, I do think we will control the game, because I think it'll be a cagey start, but I think the experience will tell in the end.
Well, I wish you all the luck on Sunday. I have a Rams fan on Monday's show, so we will see how happy she is or unhappy she's going to be at the game. So,
is it Hannah?
I'm going to leave that till Monday.
Okay. I know she's out there, but yeah.
I'm going to leave that till Monday for people to just to tease. But tell everyone where they can find you, interact, and can talk Rams, can talk football, can talk DFS, can talk golf, because you're big on fan team golf right now and golf betting. So where can people interact with you?
Yeah, so you can find me on Twitter at Nick of Wigan. I will, as the golf season has started now, Murf, like you said, we've branched out and we're starting to cover the golf on Fan Team as well. We do a golf podcast, which is normally Tuesday nights, sometimes Wednesday nights, depending on Wigan's fixtures. But yeah, normally on Tuesday night, and it's normally either around 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, so you can catch us there. But during the season, no doubt you'll hear plenty of me again when it comes to next season, talking all things DFS, NFL.
Yeah, wicked. And like I said, mate, best of luck. It's going to be... How are you watching the game? How are you going to watch it?
Well, I've made the mistake of not booking the day off after, because I've no annual leave left. So, absolute schoolboy error. I completely forgot that there were 17 regular season games, so it's pushed everything back a week this year. Normally I'm normally on a late the day after the Super Bowl, so it's not too bad, but I'm actually on an early, so a little bit of an admin day. I will be watching it at home, and the missus normally doesn't stay up, but she's pledged to try and stay up as long as possible and have a bit of a Super Bowl party, given that my team is in there. So yeah, that's where I'll be watching it. I'm too nervous to watch it anywhere else, Murf. I can't be around other people. I was on my knees on the rug watching it the other week with my head down. I can't. I've got to be, because if it's a bad night, and I hope it really isn't, I need to not be too far away from my bed and away from civilization.
Yeah, I feel you. I did mine last year on my own because of COVID, and we couldn't go anywhere and nothing was open, and I feel it robbed me of a great night. I mean, the one thing I will say is it was quite a comfortable night.
Yeah.
Didn't have a big sweat going into the fourth quarter.
That's it.
You would normally. So if you do get a win, that's I definitely recommend it as a Super Bowl experience. get up about 23, 24 points, and then just sort of put your feet up and just enjoy the experience. And make sure you get your WhatsApps open to your any mates that are fans of it. So
Absolutely.
I'll let you go, my friend. Good
nice
luck.
one, Murf. Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining. And
thank you.
Coming up next, got another amazing interview, so stay tuned for that. It'll be on shortly. So joining me now, very, very special guest, very popular guest, probably my favorite guest that we can get on to help us all get a little bit smart and look at how we can get ready for the game. I've got with me the excellent coach Jeff Reinbold from Sky Sports Coverage, the CFL, very successful special teams coach, been in the game a long time. Coach, thanks for coming back. It's always a pleasure to talk ball with you and have school in session.
It's my pleasure, Murf.
Well, look, very, very special Super Bowl this year. Two teams that match up reasonably well. I mean, very similar strengths, very similar weaknesses. Talk to me about, and talk to everyone listening about where some of the keys are for. Let's start with the Bengals. Obviously, maybe a surprise at the start of the season to be here, but have certainly earned their way into this Super Bowl. What are some of the things that they will need to do if they're going to lift the Lombardi Trophy on Sunday?
Well, I think the obvious one to everybody is they're going to have to find a way to protect Joe Burrow. You're talking about a guy who got hit or sacked 9 times, hit 13 times, 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago now. And then last week had to scramble around and make plays out of pressure. He's facing a dynamic group of defensive linemen and, unique scheme. I mean, this is a scheme that is not at all suited, for the Bengals. It's not at all, what the Bengals want. When they play their 5-down look, and when I talk about 5 down, most teams in the National Football League play 4 defensive linemen and 2 linebackers, a nickel typically. But the Rams are different. And what they do to you is you have Aaron Donald and you have Greg Gaines playing nose, and then you have Ashawn Robinson as the third, quote, down guy. But you have to, in protection, you have to count Floyd and you have to count Von Miller as defensive linemen because you cannot put your back on those guys. So that 5-down look forces them into a protection that we refer to as 5-0 in the coaching world. And that means that every one of those offensive linemen is matched up one-on-one. And those are premier pass rushers, or at least 3 of those guys are premier pass rushers. Gaines is better than people think he is. And Ashawn Robinson is a big, strong guy too. So, they're going to be in really a tough deal because Cincinnati is going to have to make a decision. Do we keep a tight end, 2 tight ends in? Do we chip with our back? What do we do? Because we're not going to be able to protect the quarterback against that look. It's just too difficult. And they're frankly not good enough on the offensive line. So I think that's the number one place everybody's talking about. I think there's a couple other areas too. I think Joe Mixon and even Samaje Perine are going to have some sort of impact on the game. And, it may not be running the football per se, but they've got to run it some. So the Rams just can't, just divorce the run and get, go out. I mean, it'll be ugly. There's a potential for it to get ugly that way. If they can just nibble away with the run, and, we saw Perine had a touchdown on a screen. Mixon did a good job on a screen. They're going to have to screen some too. Now, where the Rams are a little bit, I think where you'd say they're a little suspect is at the second level on defense. I'm not talking about the corners, but I'm talking about their linebacker play. That's a place where if they can get Mixon one-on-one with the middle linebacker, they've got a chance. And then again, it's going to be interesting to see what the Rams do coverage-wise with Jalen Ramsey, how much he's going to actually go around and shadow Jamar Chase. So those are the things I think are the really key matchups. And then the 2 quarterbacks are going to have to perform well. And I think for the Rams, Stafford just has to stay out of, disaster plays. And for Cincinnati, Joe Burrow's going to have to make some plays, some dynamic plays. So, it's going to be a great football game.
So with both of these quarterbacks, they're absolutely elite against the blitz. Pretty good in man coverage. Both of them sort of top 5 in each area in the league from quarterback ratings and statistics on each of those coverages. Do you think in this game we're going to see a lot of zone D to try and basically force some of these plays, and knowing that how well both of these quarterbacks can exploit a blitz because they're very quick at getting the ball out of hands and quickly, developing play and to stop some of those deficiencies that each side has at sort of that secondary level?
Yeah, I think, you look at them and certainly the Rams have Jalen Ramsey, and they have Eric Weddle, who I think for a guy that's been out for 2 years played extremely well in the playoffs. So you would kind of, just from the initial look at it, you'd probably give the Rams a little bit of an edge in the secondary, but then you look over at that other side, and the Bengals defensive backs have played really pretty well this playoffs. Now, there are some guys that historically have given up some big plays over there. Apple's a guy that's been exploited his whole career since he came into the league at New York, but he's also the guy that made that great tackle to keep Tariq Hill out of the end zone on the last play of the first half of the last week, which really opened up a window for Cincinnati to climb back in the game. Mike Hilton's done some amazing things. Jesse Bates is really, really playing well at safety. So I would give the edge in the secondary right now as a group to the Bengals. And then, Lou Anarumo, I thought, did an amazing job last week of scheming in the second half to really confuse and take away Mahomes. And so now it'll be interesting to see what he does to Stafford, because if there's one thing that you could say about the Rams, right, and the one area where if I'm a Bengal fan, I feel like we got a chance, is the Rams have not been a team that has shown that ability to, when they get ahead, finish a game cleanly. In every one of the games we've watched them in the playoffs, they've gotten leads and then they can't hold the lead. They have to come back and fight at the end to win the game. Joe Burrow's not a guy you want to give opportunities to, right? So
no.
I think that's going to be another one of those areas where we talk about, how this game's going to unfold. When you look at that 5-0 scheme that the Rams force you into, that does come with one caveat, if you will, is that now if you're going to play zone, you've got to give up one of your zones because you've got 5 guys rushing, normally 4. And if you play man, again, are you good enough against 3 really fine receivers like Cincinnati has to hold up over the course of the game? Because Burrow, like you said, Burrow will hang in there and let a receiver come open, against pressure. And you got to consider the 5-man pressure that they run as a blitz, because it's normally an extra rusher.
And so with this, so 2 things. One, just going back to Lou Anarumo, because one of the things he did against the Chiefs was obviously he dropped 8 and made sure that he basically made Mahomes. He made it very difficult for him to find an open window. They looked at where they could attack men, move up, made adjustments, and he deserved the game ball. Didn't get a lot of credit in the post game analysis, but he did an amazing job, as you say. But I find that he can't kind of do the same trick again, because you've got Cooper Kupp on the outside who can make so many plays, and you have Odell Beckham Jr. who this season in that Rams offense has been potent. So how do you get with this Rams team? No one has done it all year. No one's been able to keep Cooper Kupp quiet. If you were scheming against the Rams, how would you try and manage Cooper Kupp to have a sort of marginal day, and then try and find ways to just sort of nullify that offense? Because this is something that not anyone's done all year.
Well, where it's so difficult against him now that OBJ's in the mix is that they typically build an awful lot of what we call 3-by-1 formations, where the tight end, Cup and Jefferson will all be on one side of the field, all right? And on the other side of the field, you'll have OBJ. And if you tilt your coverage to the three-man side, and it's typically in a bunch formation, then OBJ is exposed one-on-one on the backside, and there's really nobody at Cincinnati that can handle him the whole night one-on-one. So then you go back and balance up your coverage. Now you're one shy to the trip side where you've got Cooper Kupp against zone. Now, he is great against man, but he excels against zone coverage. So if Cincinnati is going to play a lot of zone coverage, they got to really mix what they do and come with zone exchanges where normally, let's say in cover 3, the strong safety is your flat player. All right. Well, you're going to have to, and they did this to Mahomes. Make your corner the flat player, drive your safety to the high, so make different things so that Stafford, who's seen everything that there is to see in the game because he's got experience, comes in and you try and just get him to hold the ball a little bit in hopes that Hendrickson and that crew can get there.
Yeah, I think it's going to be absolutely fascinating to see how they do that. One of the things is obviously we've got Jamar Chase on Jalen Ramsey, which is going to be a fascinating matchup and not one that I think the Bengals will want to have too often in a one-on-one. They might prefer to try and get Chase over on the other side and exploit. How can the Bengals really get Jamar Chase? Because I feel like for the Bengals to win, Jamar Chase needs to have a huge game in order for them to be able to win this football game.
Well, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what Raheem Morris does with that, because as good as Ramsey is, it's not been his history, and I'm talking about Raheem Morris, to travel him a great deal. When I say travel him, Murph, what I'm saying is that where he will travel with the number one receiver, and then everybody else plays off of that. If they do that a lot, then you got to see that, T. Higgins has got to come up big, right? And like I said, Mixon's going to have to come up big. You're going to have to do some things with, the other guys on the field. And I think what's going to be really important for Cincinnati is let the game come to you, right? You want to get your star involved early in the game. I think that's important. But you also got to understand you can't force feed him if the coverage isn't there. He's got to, Joe's going to have to understand, if I have to come back to my second option or my third option, I've got to do that because I can't hold the ball. This will be really interesting as I think about the game. I can't hold the ball. He's got to speed up the clock in his head because those 5 down guys are coming, and they are going to be coming from the very start. That's why I think Mixon's got to factor early in the game, some in the screen game, and throwing the ball out of the backfield, so that Burrow can get started. And then I think Chase can come into the game later and impact the game later as they start to see what they're going to get.
So for you, then the key to this, if we're looking at a way for the Bengals to win this game, try and keep it close early, don't lose it early, establish the run, get some time on possession on the board, try and convert, get some points, even if they're field goals, hang in there, and then in the second half, try and attack the Rams.
Absolutely, Murph. And I think, too, that, belief has such an impact in a game, right, on a team. And certainly the Bengals believe in what they're able to do. They've been behind in every game since Kansas City, I believe, in the regular season. And they've come back, in some case from double-digit deficits. They've been able to come back. So if they get behind early, I don't think it's going to affect them. Joe Burrow doesn't seem to be affected by that. We saw he's down 21-3 to Kansas City, and there's no stress in his face and in his eyes. He just goes back to work. And, so they're a team that believes that they can come back against anybody because they've proven that they can. So this is, again, the fascinating matchup. You've got a team that has a history of getting out on top but can't close, right? And you got another team who's got a history of being behind, and you can't finish them.
No.
So it's going to be an incredible matchup, I think, on Sunday.
So if you were calling this right now when we're recording, and behind the curtain, this is on Tuesday afternoon, so we still got some injury news to the tight ends on both sides and a few other players. Who do you think is going to be lifting this Lombardi Trophy on Sunday night?
Well, I think the logical choice would have to be the Rams because they've got a better team, right, on paper. You go through them, they're a better team. They got a better offensive line. I give the nod to Cincinnati at running back. The tight ends we don't know because we don't know who we're going to have on the field. I think the receivers are a wash, right? I think the quarterbacks are very, very, very close. I'm a little concerned about Stafford's, kind of propensity to make disasters out of, plays he should just let go. The kicking game, you got to give an edge in terms of, the field goal, although both the field goal kickers are outstanding. The shooter is like on fire for Cincinnati.
Oh, he is.
But I think it's a very, very close football game. The defensive line, you give the edge to the Rams. Linebacker, I'd give the edge to Cincinnati. And then, DBs, if you look at the totality of it and the way they're playing right now, I still might give the edge to Cincinnati. So everything says very close football game.
I can't wait to watch it. I can't wait to watch you on Sunday, breaking down as we're watching it. Any surprises that you can share with us? This isn't going out until the weekend, but any surprises you can share with who might be on this weekend on the Sky coverage?
We're going to have Warren Moon. We're going to have Calais Campbell. We're going to have Kay Adams. Baldy will be on the pitch, and Sean and I will be in the studio with Neil. And so we got to cast 1,000. So it'll be fun.
It's going to be absolutely amazing. Tune in to Sky Sports this weekend. Listen to Coach break down during the game, the keys to this game, and telling us how this Super Bowl 56 will be won. Coach, thank you so much for joining me on this, and enjoy the game, enjoy the coverage, and thanks for everything you do here for the game in the UK.
Hey, my pleasure, Murph. It's always great to visit with you. Thank you for having me on.
Oh, well, thank you for coming. Look forward to speaking soon.
All right, brother. Aloha.
Well, everyone, unbelievable knowledge there from Jeff Reinbold, breaking down for us the X's and O's and everything we need to look for this game. I know I'm going to have my eyes peeled, and I feel definitely a lot more prepared for this Super Bowl. We've heard from Nick. We've heard from the Rams fans. We've heard from Nat Coombs. We've heard from Jeff Reinbold. And you've heard from me. So we need to balance it up a little bit. We need to get a Bengals fan on, and I'm pleased to say I've got a good friend of mine, patron of the show, supporter of the show. His name's Dave. He's a brilliant individual. Dave, first time ever, welcome to 5 Yard Rush, and congratulations on making the Super Bowl.
Thank you very much. Cheers, Murph, for having me. It's brilliant to be on it. Obviously, listen to it all the time, all of the really good pros that we get from you and the guys and all your guests. But yeah, the Super Bowl, who would have thought? It's brilliant.
It's unbelievable, really, isn't it? If you think back 12 months ago, Bengals had finished 4-11-1. There was calls for Zach Taylor to lose his job. It was quite strong. It was very much touch and go if he was going to keep his job. Picking 5 in the draft, everyone kind of thought, well, you got no offensive line, so you're going to get Ben Sewell. Fast forward 12 months, Taylor keeps his job, wins the AFC North, doesn't take Sewell, but instead decides to go with Jamar Chase, who ends up winning Rookie of the Year, setting the all-time record for receiving yards in the season by a rookie, and also the most postseason yards by a rookie. He is going for the triple crown on Sunday. 110 yards will mean he will have the all-time leading receiving record for a rookie wide receiver in the Super Bowl. So that's the one that we'll keep an eye on for him on Sunday. I'm sure he's going to break that. But talk to me about your fandom, because the Cincinnati Bengals, let's not beat around the bush here. It's been a very difficult, I want to say 30 years, with the exception of that little spate kind of around about 2015 with Andy Dalton, Where the Bengals had I think it was a 15-1 season or 14. It was a big season anyway. But I remember some Bengals quarterbacks. I remember John Kitna. I remember Carson Palmer when they drafted him 1 overall. Obviously good quarterbacks who just never obviously took the Bengals to the promised land. No playoff victory since 1991. And here we are in the Super Bowl. So how do you, as an Englishman, get to support the Cincinnati Bengals? Because they're not really on TV, don't really do much. Like, I'm curious, like how did this happen?
It's an it's a ridiculous reason to support a team as well. Because, like you were saying, being from the UK, I've got no kind of tie to the area. I've never been to Cincinnati. I've been fortunate enough to go to quite a lot of states in America. I've never actually watched an NFL game in America. I've watched a couple in the UK. That's a dream of mine to one day to go and watch. Ideally the Bengals, but anything. But it all stems from a couple way back in the mid-90s. A couple of friends of mine, they were big Bears fans, loved the Fridge, things like that. I think Gridiron used to be on Channel 4 early in the morning, and I'd watch that, and it was literally. And it's the same reason my wife would choose, and I don't mean to marginalise it in any way, but I just couldn't get around the uniform, the outfit, the helmet. So they look the coolest guys out there. They look like they meant business. So that was it, the Bengals, and I'm still a Bengals fan.
That's amazing because I always ask this question to people who get into teams, especially over here in the UK. My story's pretty boring in comparison to others. I lived in Orlando, therefore picked local team really. Who was on TV in Orlando? It was the Bucs. It was kind of halfway between there and Jacksonville. Jacksonville, quite a new team, weren't very popular. I know some like Stocks and Nick, who was on earlier. He picked his fandom due to Madden, the video game. Stocks picked Denver because of he got a demo version of Super Bowl of Madden. It had Super Bowl 50, so you could only play as the Carolina Panthers or the Denver Broncos. So that's why he ended up supporting them. Nick picked them for a different reason, just based on who was on the Madden cover the year that he bought it and was obsessed with it. So it's amazing stories. People picked by fantasy football players. It's why I'm always curious. But the uniform doesn't shock me because the one thing with the Bengals is the uniforms do stand out. They are striking. They're unique. Black and orange is not a combo you see too often, except for maybe if you're a Blackpool supporter. That's probably about the only kit I can kind of liken to the Bengals.
My brother's actually a Tangerines fan as well. So.
Oh, well, there you go. So it all kind of plays in. Great. So I mean, when did this happen? So you mentioned you watched Gridiron in the 90s. Was that when you started following them, or was it sort of a bit later on?
So it was kind of initially, and that's why I think I should be afforded a bit of clemency for choosing the team on the colour of the helmets because I was that young. But really, it was kind of I got back into it big time really in the early 90s, about 2002, 2003. Started working with a couple of Broncos fans and a Seahawks fan and a Chargers fan. And they got me back into it because I'd been a little bit in the wilderness with my NFL watching, hadn't really paid much attention, and that was when I properly got back into it, just because there were people around me that were. Other than that, I can't really put a finger on a particular match or a player or anybody that really got me into it. But yeah, it was around that time.
And so, who was the first Bengal that you had on the back of your jersey?
It was Rudy Johnson. I've always been into running backs. Yeah, I like him. I've got Mixon top on now.
That's good to say.
And yeah, I like the running backs. I like defensive players as well. My surname's Hilton, so really I should have a Mike Hilton jersey as well, definitely. But he stood out for me. It was as I was really getting back into it. The running backs they really are the grinders. They're the 5 yards, 7 yards, the dirty miles. They're not the beating heart. I mean, you look at quite a few teams like CMC and Derrick Henry, players like that. The whole team is around them while they're healthy, and they're a real focal point. So Rudy Johnson, and I think still he holds the franchise record for most yards in a season. So I probably chose quite well.
Absolutely. So would you say he's your favourite Bengal of all time, or do you have another favourite?
AJ Green's probably my favourite Bengal of all time.
Okay.
I know it's quite recent, but he was just something different, and to choose a wide receiver when I do love running backs, it was difficult to make that call. But AJ Green's probably my favourite. I mean, I still look out for him now, even though he's playing cards. But I'm a big fan of him.
It's got to be a bit of a kick in the teeth for AJ Green. The year he leaves is the year that the Bengals make the Super Bowl, considering how many sort of bad teams he played on. And I can definitely think of some players. I know from the Buccaneers, I can think of Gerald McCoy is the one that springs to mind immediately, of bad player who left and then the team got good. And it's like, you feel for them, but it's part and parcel of the business. And he had an opportunity to try and get a ring this year and maybe next year if he stays there. So we'll see what happens with him. But I can understand the love for AJ Green. I mean, he was definitely a franchise lifting talent. Like I remember some of those early Bengal teams he was on that weren't brilliant, and then even afterwards, and then it was like, okay, but AJ Green's there, so you always knew that they were in with a game. He could win games on his own at the peak of his powers. So I definitely appreciate that. In terms of then, have you seen the Bengals in London? You mentioned you've not seen them abroad. Have you ever seen them in London before?
No, but one of the guys I was talking about, a Chargers fan, he actually went to see the Bengals-Rams game in London, and he got me a scarf, bless him. But I couldn't make it out of work. I've been quite unlucky with the way that work falls. I've been twice to see NFL in London. I went this year to see the Jets and the Falcons. Being a Bengals fan, obviously, I like a kick in from time to time, and I support the underdog. So I've got a bit of an affinity for the Jets fans as well, so I feel the pain. And in 2018, I went to see the Seahawks destroy the Raiders.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah, that was very one-sided. That was brilliant. I do quite. I like the Seahawks. I think they're my AFC team, if you like, in a way. Legion of Boom. I've got an Earl Thomas jersey. I just saw the way they played football back then. It doesn't now mean me much to my Broncos fans and friends as well, because obviously that was supposed to be their Super Bowl. But
yeah, of course, and it's one of those things, isn't it? With always a second team, I have an AFC team that I always like. Mine, the Bills. Just Josh Allen for me is just someone who I can stick and watch all the day long. So it's about players and the way at the start, as you mentioned, the style they play is so important. That's kind of why. I mean, you can't just jump on the bandwagon and go, well, my mates like them, so I'm going to go and support. If I had that problem, I've got I've got a lot of Jets mates, which I don't quite understand, but that's fine. And I wish them well, and I hope they do win games. But I can't go through that trauma every single week. I've done that as a Buccaneers fan, gone through that. So know where they're coming from and know where you're coming from. Much rather be on the side that the Bucs and the Bengals are on now. That's for sure. Let's talk about this season, because again, I've talked about this already. 2021, the Bengals weren't really scared. We were expecting them to take a leap, not a huge leap. I think there weren't many that were tipping them for the playoffs in what was a tough division. 3 teams made the playoffs in this division last year: the Browns, the Steelers, and the Ravens. All made the playoffs last year. Yeah, all made the playoffs last year. So that you were in a tough division as it was. You are a former MVP, a former 2-time winning Super Bowl coach, and then you've got the reigning coach of the year in the division. So it's tough. So what were your sort of feelings when you drafted Chase, when the free agency, because signing players like Hendrickson and Hilton came on board? What were your sort of initial feelings to the season and about Zach Taylor staying, and what were kind of your expectations, and then talk me through your season in your eyes as a Bengals fan, because I mean, I've watched the games, but I didn't live it in the eyes of a Bengals fan. Like, talk me through what it was like to go through the 2021 season as a Bengals fan, starting from start to the playoffs.
So initially, the free agency of Hendrickson's been massive. I think that's maybe overlooked because it doesn't hit the tabloids or anything like that. That's been enormous. Him with working left to right, you've got Apple, Hubbard, and then Hendrickson and Awuzie. They're key to us. They are really, really important players. They're as much a part of the reason we're here as Zach Taylor is, as Burrow's incredible kind of accuracy is, and as much out season. I think really important. It was a toying cost maybe between Devonta Smith and Jamar Chase going first receiver. I'm so pleased that we went for Chase because he just, there was a lot of, he drops quite a bit. Maybe he's not great in coverage. He's done everything. He's done everything this season with him and Higgins together. I expected a better season, like you were saying. I was hoping for like 7 wins, something like that. That would have been a good watermark to hit. With the way Burrow's before his injury was looking last season, I thought that's somewhere where we could get to. And yeah, it's just carried on and carried on. It's been unbelievable. You did mention earlier that we couldn't get any consistency. We kept like dropping games I think we dropped one to the Niners. We haven't been great against the Browns, bizarrely. Although we've done a double over the Steelers and the Ravens, which they're highlight to put 41 points up against the Ravens both times we played them. That's insane. That's like obviously getting to the Super Bowl, two comebacks against the Chiefs, going to Arrowhead and coming back again, just incredible. But to score 41 points against the Ravens both times, that's huge. That was a big part of the season for me. Yeah, I kept waiting for the wheels to fall off. I've got to be honest. You just expect it, don't you? I thought getting smashed by the Chargers, that was probably a low point, particularly from particularly from a fantasy football perspective, because big fan of Mixon, he's in my lineup. He fumbles, the game changes, literally just like that. He gets that hit from the side, fumbles the ball, and they run away with it. We chase the game, intercepted, another score, done and dusted. And that was the most worrying point of the season for me. I thought, this is where we find out what we're about. And we dusted ourselves off and went for it. Very next game, kind of, fearless in a way. And that's the way Burrow's been playing. He just doesn't care what he's up against because he's got belief, but a likable kind of belief, So kind of that's the season. Even when we were getting closer and closer, then there was that ridiculous talk about if we win the final game, we get number one. Even to that point, I was still thinking something's going to go awry, but it didn't. And as we progress through the playoffs, and now actually, I believe we can. I believe we can do it.
Yeah, and you got every reason to believe. The coverage and the press will all talk about the Rams and the Rams defensive front. They'll talk about all these amazing things that the Rams can do. I point to last year, right? And I don't just do this because I'm a Buccaneers fan and I'm reveling in it. I literally see so many similarities in the narrative of last season and the narrative of this season. Last year, in the coverage and the build up to the Super Bowl, very few pundits actually gave the Buccaneers a chance. They're like, yeah, it's Tom Brady, it's amazing, yeah, and the D's good, and Todd Bowles has done well, but yeah, they're the Chiefs. Like, you can't beat the Chiefs. Like, who's beating the Chiefs? And it wasn't even close. At the end of the day, you can do all the analysis. People are going to talk about, and rightfully so, they're going to talk about Von Miller. They're going to talk about Aaron Donald and their exceptional defensive players. They're going to talk about bringing 5 and getting home. And Burrow's going to get sacked in this game. Like, he's going to get sacked 4 to 8 times in this game. Like, that's going to happen. That is going to be a thing. But it doesn't faze Burrow. The difference between a quarterback who gets sacked like a Daniel Jones and is at risk of losing the football every time he goes down. And someone like Burrows, he just dusts himself off the next play and goes, all right, I guess I'm just going to throw a 20-yard bomb and we're going to move the chains. It's not a problem. And he just dusts himself off. And, he's so good against the blitz. He's so good about how he brings that pressure and gets rid of the football, and he's got a great array of talent. So if I'm a Bengals fan, I would be optimistic. I think it can be disheartening when not many pundits are picking your team. But I also think, do you know what? They get it wrong quite frequently. I think it's fine. I would revel in it. And these playoffs, I mean, there's been a lot of talk about the defense in this team. In the season was, it was challenging at times. There were some times where you mentioned the Chargers game, and there were a few games where, serious amount of points went up. But, there were some signs early on that this D was improving. Run defense, 5th best in the NFL. Was consistently good at stopping the run. Teams might beat them at the corners, they might beat them in the secondary, but they weren't getting much up front. They were forcing teams to really think on the fly, and that allowed Burrow to take an advantage when he got the ball. But this D has been building every week. It's got better. It's a new unit, a lot of new players on that D line, in the secondary at linebacker. All over this D, there's new players. And I think now that they're gelled, you can see they're gelled. You can see that they're playing well. 6 turnovers in the playoffs so far, making big plays when they matter. If I look at these Ds and I think, okay, if I'm breaking this down, I did this with Jeff Reinbold earlier. I think the secondary, you give it to the Bengals. The linebacker core, I'm giving it to the Bengals. The D-line, obviously, I'm going to give it to the Rams. But I don't think it's as far apart as... you hear in the chat of, this Rams D is unbelievable, and they're going to put, do you know what? The Bengals D is pretty good too, and Matt Stafford's capable of making a few mistakes. I think it's going to come down to who takes advantage. In terms of for you, and, first time you as a fan to seeing your team, what is your Super Bowl ritual normally if you get to watch the game? And then what are you going to do differently this year now your team are in
it? So my ritual, since my kind of renaissance with the NFL around the early noughties, there's a group of us, there's actually 8 of us, and we get together every year and we watch it. It's brilliant. But we take it in turns to host. We go, full tilt American. We get dogs, we get ribs. We do our own semi kind of a bit like just a massive kind of feast, beer. We even decorate. We've got those helmets that you put snacks in. We go to town. It's brilliant. We'll have a quiz that's based around NFL music and bits and pieces. There's only 6 of us going to make it this year because a couple of guys are away with work. But it's brilliant. It's on one of the first days on my calendar every year, and I'm going to be there with the Chargers fan, a couple of, in fact, the 2 guys that aren't going to be there, which kind of suits in a way, are Chiefs fans, but they're away. I think they've made excuses personally, but they're going to be away.
It's too painful.
It is. I mean, they were there. They had it, didn't they? But you can't keep a good team down. The ritual, the difference I've done this year is I bought them all hats, and I've even bought a Bengals hating fan.
Look at that.
But he said, if we got there, he'd wear it, so he's going to wear it, and he's got to wear it. He's got to wear it all postseason. He's not allowed to wear his Colts top until it kicks off again. So I'm happy.
Oh, my words. So he's a Colts fan. So not only has he got the indignation of wearing a Bengals jersey all through the Super Bowl, but he has to live with the fact that it was the Jags that knocked him out of playoff contention. Oh, my word. Oh, yeah, that's I feel for Colts fans. I really do, because I think they could have had a chance. And then, the Jags came along and went, no, crazy. So let's talk about the game. Obviously, it's biggest game of your fandom, biggest game of, for you in 20 plus years of watching football. how do you see this game going in terms of from the Bengals' perspective? Where do you think the strengths are for the Cincinnati Bengals and the keys to victory for them if they're going to win this game?
I think the way that the playoffs have played out so far, I think the key's in there, to be honest. I think you look at all three games. You look at the Raiders, and we didn't play very well. It wasn't a great game. It was probably our worst performance in the playoffs. There was a lot riding on it. You know, there was a lot of focus on it, like there will be with the Super Bowl. But we were expected to win that one, and it was going to break the duck of, you know, of the amount of time it had passed since winning a playoff game. But we still managed to win. And then moving on to the Titans, I think Reader was probably one of our most underrated, one of our most important players. The amount of times he got to Henry at the line, it was enormous. And if Reader can do that now and keep Akers in check, well, that forces Stafford to throw. We know that he can be picked. Now he's going to throw to Cup. No one can guard Cup. Seemingly, he is sensational this season. But I think we've got enough. Like saying, I think we've got enough back there with Apple and Hilton and Awuzie. I think we've got enough. And Von Bell. I think that's where we need to apply the pressure and try and steer them into playing the game that we want them to play. It's not going to be easy. They're an incredible outfit, you know. They're a who's who, aren't they, basically? I think OBJ has come alive and he's really found his feet. I wouldn't be surprised if he re-signs for him next year because he just looks happy. The way they're talking about him in the dressing room, he's a big player. But Burrow's belief, like saying, you know, he could be 3rd and 22, he still thinks, oh, that's makeable. He'll push us. He'll push us. Get Mixon involved enough, wear him down enough. But I don't think the key is in the offense because we've got the offense. I think it's in the defense, and I think it's making Stafford play the way we can handle.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think if I'm Lou Amaruno, I think this is where the game is so important because I wouldn't be worried about rushing and bringing the pass rush too often to Stafford. He's very good against the blitz. I've talked about this earlier in the show. There's no one better in football right now against the blitz than Stafford and Cooper Kupp. So don't feel the need to rush too often. Maybe sometimes to keep them honest. Don't make them feel like they've got all the time in the world. But over rushing, you know, we saw it in last year's Super Bowl. Todd Bowles brought extra men to the line and he just constantly put Mahomes under pressure. Very, very different game. That's not going to work in this particular game. It's going to be more about dropping back, 8-man coverages, 7-man coverages, making sure that there's no easy completions, no big shots. You know, you'll give up the steady yards over the middle, but I think stop the big play. I think you're right. D's massive because I think you've got to keep this close. I think if you can keep it close, I look at the two teams, the overtime wins that the Bengals have gone through this season, and there's been, five overtime wins? It's been a lot. I just think that ability to do that kicks in. It's like nature. It's like, okay, we know if it's a close game late, we're going to win this because that's what we do. So I think you're so right. But let's flip it to the other side. What are the areas of you as a Bengals fan are you worried about when it comes to the Rams and what they're able to do, where they might try and take this game away from the Bengals early or throughout the game?
I think obviously, you know, their core is massive. It's huge for them, and they've just been unstoppable. But I think if we take our eye off the run too much, then we'll get unhinged. Like I say, if we can keep their run in check, and then we make Stafford go through his reads once, twice, 3 times, then potentially we can pinch it. But that's going to depend on actually getting to grips with their O-line, and their O-line is just outrageous. That's where I feel that they're going to win. It's Stafford as well. I mean, like I said earlier, Murf, for a neutral, it's a great game because who wouldn't want to see Stafford win the Super Bowl? I would, just not this year. because he's gone through those hard years at the Lions, and I think he deserves a shot at it. He's to be underestimated at Perrin as well. He is such a quality quarterback. A lot of picks he's thrown. It's just not that big a deal. He's too good. He's going to not be rushed. He's going to take his chances when he sees them. And that O-line, they're going to give him all the time in the world for it. And I think if we can keep Burrow on his feet as well, that's really important. But I don't think he's going to remain on his feet all game. I think he's going to be. The way that he scrambled against the Chiefs was unbelievable. It was brilliant. It was like Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson in their heyday. He was really moving well, really well. So I think it comes down to their two lines and ours as well. But I do think they've got the edge on us on that one. I mean,
do you think, in terms of the Bengals, so obviously they're not just playing in a Super Bowl, which is a big enough occasion, but they're playing in a Super Bowl in the Rams stadium in their own backyard. Do you think that's a massive advantage for the Rams, or do you actually think that's a distraction and something that the Bengals can exploit, because there's a lot of distractions there for players? They're at home. It's not like the pandemic, it's very different from last year where players were still quarantining and, they weren't doing much. Do you think this year there is even a slight advantage to the fact that the Bengals are playing in their venue, in their yard, or do you think actually the Bengals are significantly disadvantaged?
I think, and I don't really know why, but I think it's better that we're playing at the Rams. I don't think, like I say, there was no kind of advantage gained last year because it was such a peculiar year. It was just a place. It was coincidental that it was for Tampa, but I don't think really the Bucs gained anything from that. Not over that they just totally lost the Chiefs this year. I think it brings pressure as well. I think it brings pressure to the Rams. I genuinely do. I think because we are just about still, although people are getting a bit carried away, I think we're still the underdogs and we're the away team. I think in a really funny kind of way, the way that we've ground results out that we have this season, I think it suits us. I don't think it will give us an advantage per se, but I think it suits us.
Yeah, I think it's massive. I think, traveling there, you'd be able to be in your own little camp, not going to get caught away with the distractions of what's going on in the big city. I think it's going to be important. And I think when you're at home, you can't isolate people in a hotel for 7 days when they live 5 miles down the road. It's almost a bit unnecessary. So I think there is something there that could be a massive advantage. What about Joe Mixon? Because this postseason, he's not been vintage Mixon. He's flashed and he's had a useful role, but he's not been the game wrecker, game winner that we kind of have expected of Mixon in previous years. Obviously, there's been some injuries, not so much this year, but especially last year, the year before, it had a significant amount of injuries. How important is Mixon's role in this game? And do you think Mixon can make a lot of difference in this game?
It kind of depends where we are with the score, obviously. But yeah, I do. I think he can make. I think he can make a difference. I know what you're saying. There was a couple of weeks productivity, and he was hitting pay dirt 2-3 times. Again and again, he was scoring. But it just seemed to be the way that we were moving the chains on those weeks. We were getting close down to the end zone, and we had a fresh set of downs, and we brought him in. He hasn't broken off a lot of big runs. I mean, he's churned up the yards for us. He's chewed through those. He's had another great season. I think he is still important, even if he doesn't play massively into it. I'm a big fan of Joe Mixon. I've got a Mixon top on because my last 3 or 4, apart from a really weird Andy Dalton top, which is the only quarterback top I've owned, but it was Cedric Benson before then, and then, like I was saying, before Rudy Johnson. So it's always been running backs. But digressing, sorry. He's really important, but he's not the best blocker. So and that's why we see Pirine in a lot of the third downs.
Mm-hmm.
If he was a better blocker, and if he was if he was a true 3-down back, then I think the game would revolve more around him. We started the season, grinding out the ground game, but as Burrows has as they've taken the training wheels off Burrows, and as he started to really open his arm and throw and control the way the ball went, there hasn't been much need. He's still been important, and I think he will have a big part to play. But I think this game's going to be played through the air predominantly on both sides,
which the neutrals will love. The neutrals will absolutely love it. So we've come to that part now where I'm going to press you. I think I know which way you're going to go in terms of picking a winner, but I want to know what your score prediction is and who you think will be the Super Bowl MVP for Super Bowl 56.
I genuinely think that the way that both teams have got here, whoever the quarterback is on the winning team will get the MVP. It kind of stands to reason, really, in a way, because, like we were saying, Chase has been superb. As a unit, our D-line has been superb, but there hasn't been a real standout. Hendrickson has, definitely, but he hasn't been head and shoulders above. Like, if you looked at the Browns or somebody like that, you know who you're talking about when you're looking at their D-line. This kind of obviously sort of alludes to the fact that I think we're going to win. So I think we're going to have the MVP. I hope. As far as the score, a mate of mine was asking this morning, actually, saying, "Go on, you never bet on the Bengals. You always go against. So there's always something for you to, some silver lining." I think, and I had to pick like an arbitrary score out that painted us as the winners. So I went 25-22 because that, again, talking about the games that have happened throughout the year, the overtime loss to the Packers, 25-22, when Crosby was missing kicks left, right, and centre, and then McPherson stood up and he missed and he celebrated thinking it had gone through, and then we realised that we'd missed, and they walked away with a win. That was one of the worst, I'd say the worst games, but I think we learned a lot from that. So I'm going to go with that as a score, 25-22. I mean, McPherson, he's on my jersey next year, definitely. He's just been fantastic. Love the kid. What a kicker. So I'm going to go with Burrows as MVP, 25-22 win.
There we go.
For us boys.
Well, you've heard how I think this game ends, and I think it ends with McPherson kicking it. So I've got a lot of love for this kid as well, and think he's absolutely superb. So I have all my fingers and toes crossed for you for Sunday. We've got a couple of Bengals in our Patreon chat, not just yourself, as Hannah as well. So I know there's more Bengals fans than there are Rams fans in the chat. So I will have all my fingers and toes crossed for you. Tell anyone who is listening who's a Bengals fan where they can find you if they ever want to interact and put Bengals fans together, because I know I've met a couple, but they're not a lot. So it'd be good to have some connection.
There isn't a lot, and that's for a good reason as well. But we'll grow, and we'll start to grow, I think, now as well.
I think so.
I can't. It's not that I'm particularly elusive. I can't really be found. I'm not on Twitter. I don't do any of that kind of thing. Really, all of my chat is through yourself, Murf, and 5 Yard Rush. Obviously, it's superb. Anyone that isn't on there, anyone that's listening to this, watching this casually, get yourself involved. It's absolutely brilliant. Hannah as well. I know she's going to be really, really excited. We've been chatting. So really, if you want to talk to a couple of really good, honest, excited, involved Bengals fans, look on 5 Yard Rush and you'll find us there.
Yeah, so there you go. Join the Patreon. There you go. That's a better advert
absolutely.
than I can come up with. So I'm going to clip that and take it. But yeah, absolutely. It's all sorts of fans in the Patreon chat. But absolutely brilliant. Love chatting in that group. And I think it's quite special. We come through the season and we all got better as fantasy players just by connecting and sharing. So appreciate you joining. Like I said, all my fingers, all my toes are crossed for you. I really hope that it's a great game for one, and that you'll be celebrating with your crew. I'm slightly disappointed I haven't got an invitation to the amazing feast, but I'll let you off. I'll let you off. Maybe in the future I might get Crash one year.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, that'd be brilliant. Anybody is welcome, absolutely. We're just a bit too far north for a lot of you guys as well, being up this end.
That's true, but I was swayed with wings. Wings will get me going a long way, I promise you. But no, as always, really appreciate you coming on. Appreciate you joining in and everything you do with the Patreon and just getting involved. But just like I said, best of luck on Sunday, and fingers crossed. McKickson kicks it, and he says we're going to lift the Lombardi Trophy. That's what I'm praying for. But yeah, best of luck. Best of luck for Sunday, David.
Cheers, man. Thanks a lot. It's been a pleasure. It's been great.
And we're getting ready to come towards the end of this show. Be there with just an announcement in just a second from now. So don't hold back. He's got his Bengals hat. So don't go away. Stay right there. We'll be back after the break. Well, there you have it, Rush Nation. You have heard the tale of the tape. We've had supporters from each side, knowledgeable supporters from each side. We've had amazing guests. We've had Jeff Reinbold break through the analysis of the game, where this game's going to be won and lost for both teams. We've had Nat Coombs summarize the season and the feeling of the game, and just giving you his general opinions and feelings for the Super Bowl itself. We've had Lee and I talk about the 2021 season, revisiting all the controversies and everything that has happened, with some current event insight as well. You've had me talk about the statistical side of the game, where the stats line up and the differences where this game can be won or lost based on those. So you've had everything. We're giving away a jersey. Don't forget to sign in. All you need to do is log in and to your YouTube account, subscribe, and then leave a comment in there of who you think will win the Super Bowl, and then also the team you support, just out of curiosity. So team you support, and also the team you think will win the Super Bowl. And we will close this up in about a week or so. So, get entering, and, it'd be great to give this away to a well-deserved fans. There's got to be a minimum amount of entries. All the details are here in the show. Make sure you get entering if you're listening to this on the audio version. We're only giving away, as I've mentioned previously, on the YouTube channel. So make sure you get over there and go give that a watch. Now, all that's left to do is play the game. So take it away, Joe Burrow, Matt Stafford. It's time to shine. It's time for you to make your country and your teams and your towns proud. So good luck, fellas, and enjoy the game. Actually, I'm not done. As like any good music concert that goes on probably a little bit too long, and people are thinking, oh, that was amazing, time to go. There is an encore, and it's an encore I'm very proud and happy to introduce, and I'm looking forward to this one. Like the last 12 months, being a supporter of a team that has won the Super Bowl has been incredible. Second time for me experiencing it. Definitely enjoyed this one a lot. And what will be a new tradition in these shows is to reflect on the team that won it all last year and talk about that team and what it's like. But this one is a little bit different because the quarterback who was the MVP just 12 months ago has left the game, has retired, has gone down as the all-time greatest quarterback, probably player this league has ever seen. Some might debate that. 7 Super Bowl titles. So I felt it was important to tell that story while we can and share that experience. So stay tuned for a very, very special interview with a very special individual who you might not know the name, but you certainly will be familiar with the work, and you'll see what I mean when it comes through. Of course, if you've seen this from the start, you'll know exactly who it is. But I'm very humble to spend some time with this individual who took some time out of a busy schedule just to talk to me about the impact of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Tom Brady. And it's an incredible story. There's a lot of great anecdotes in here, even if you're not a Bucs fan. If you're just curious about how these guys in the media get these stories and how they work them and the impacts and what it does, but also the legacy of one of the greatest players, if not the greatest player ever to do it. So stay tuned. You're not done. And enjoy this very, very special interview. And I promise you this will be the last. So thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for everything that you do for this podcast and keeping us going. And this last segment is for all of you out there, but especially you Tampa Bay Buccaneers fans. Enjoy. You didn't really believe that I was done, right? After 4 hours of this show and not much Buccaneers talk, you can really believe that I was going to let it go like that without a last finale. Well, you're not disappointed, and I have an amazing guest, someone who I met luckily a few years ago when they came over here, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, to London, and we had a beer and we covered the game, and it was great to get to know him. I'm pleased he's on. Someone I've wanted to get on here for a long time, but it seems fitting with Super Bowl week to have him on. He's writer for the Tampa Bay Times. He covers the Buccaneers. He's broken some of the biggest stories in the NFL, not just this year, but especially this year, but with also years past. And you'll know a lot of his work, even if you don't recognize the name. It's Rick Stroud. Thank you so much for joining me. How are you?
What's up? It's great to be with you. I know we had a couple false starts there, but it's been a little busy with Brady's retirement and so much going on here. And now here we are at Super Bowl week.
I know, Super Bowl week. It's a shame that Tampa aren't in it for the second year in a row. It really just came down to one game with the Rams. I really genuinely believed if we beat the Rams, I genuinely believe we would be here. I really felt that game was the winner of the NFC. I thought that was the NFC title game. Did you kind of get the same feeling that was the case?
I do. It was disappointing. The injuries, I think, caught up to them. Obviously, not having Tristan Wirfs. Tom was hit 17 times, and yet through all of that, they were so resilient to come back, and only Brady could bring you back down 24 points, right? And they scored the touchdown, and I looked at my colleague Joey Knight, and I was like, he's going to do it again. This is unbelievable. And then, you had the unfortunate, really 2 plays on defense. The first completion of Cooper Kupp, because they're out of timeouts. Sean Murphy-Bunting actually steps on him and falls down, and Kupp, because of that, is able to not only make the play, but gets out of bounds. And so that extends the clock. And then they hit the big shot play on the zero blitz, which I think Todd Bowles will be questioning for life. Why he played that particular coverage. They didn't play it well. It wasn't executed, to say the least. But yeah, I would agree with you. I think that if and really the Rams would have been almost a Falcons-like collapse. They did it in the Super Bowl, but we'd be talking about how the Rams had such a big lead, and they let Tom Brady do it to them. And I think a home game in the NFC Championship in Tampa against the 49ers and Jimmy Garoppolo, I think the Bucs would have handled that, and they'd be in LA this week. But wasn't in the cards, and Tom Brady still decided to go out, and I think he goes out on top because of the kind of year he had, and the top of the charts, in passing yards and touchdowns, and certainly nothing to be disappointed about what he did.
No, absolutely not. We'll get to Tom in a moment, because it's one of the key reasons I wanted to get you on. But I just want to talk about you, because you've had a phenomenal year. I mean, I've followed your work for a very long time, but some of your stories this year just were absolutely. I mean, they just caught fire. I'm listening to the podcast and I'm like, oh yeah, Rick Stroud. It's Tampa Bay Times. I'm like, oh my god, I know this guy. It's amazing. But I mean, you broke the story with AB and his chef and the vaccination card, Urban Meyer, and the story with Josh Lambo. I mean, obviously it's your job. It's what you get paid to do, and you've done it a long time, and one of the more seasoned writers out there. But what's it like when you catch one of those stories and then breaking of it, and that process of having to deal with the phone calls and the lawyers and and the social media aspect? Because I know when the AB thing came out, you got a lot of heat for that.
Yeah, that was an unkind 15 days until the league actually suspended AB, and then a lot of people were upset about that. It's funny. You never know. You get a lot of leads, and having done this a long time, I'm obviously well connected with the team and people outside the league. But the one about Antonio Brown, and of course, we live in such a weird time with COVID, and the league deciding and changing the protocols all the time, and their idea was they wanted as many people vaccinated as possible, and so they had to show proof of that. They were doing vaccinations at the facility, and so they would send these cards up to the league from the teams that had to document their authenticity. And really, how do you document that, right? Because so much of this stuff is private medical information. You can't really cross-check a lot of it. But be that as it may, I got a tip. There was a disgruntled former employee of Antonio Brown's who was a chef. And let me tell you, the list is long for former disgruntled employees of Antonio Brown, who has a habit of not paying guys. He was suspended essentially over a dispute like that where he assaulted a moving van driver. So it was one of those deals where I was like, do I really want to dig into this right now? I don't know who these people are. He clearly has an axe to grind. And I let the Bucs. The funny thing is I let the Bucs know everything I knew when I found out about it. And I called them right away and I kind of asked, hey, do you have like a vaccination, like a fake vaccination card problem? And they're like, don't know that we would. How would that be? I don't know how that would even be possible. And I said, well, why wouldn't it be possible? He goes, well, I would think we'd have a ton of guys with COVID. And I said, well, you've had a couple, but you've had one in particular right off the start, which was Antonio Brown. But they didn't think it was anything. And as we dug further, the story got a little weird. But everything I checked with this guy, the chef, Stephen Ruiz, he had, it checked out, and he had receipts. He had the email exchanges with AB's girlfriend, and the things he told me that occurred and when they occurred. You just do more reporting. And the one thing I'll say is that I was very careful with that story. And it was one that, and I haven't done this much. I spent an hour on the phone with lawyers making sure we were being fair and could document everything we needed to. And yet it was disappointing because I think the Bucs were in such a protective mode that, it kind of went sideways with them a little bit, and not with BA and the people that I usually deal with daily, but some of the front office folks were not happy with me, to say the least. I don't think some of the players were either. But for 15 days, the social media thing was kind of live, and then they, unfortunately for the Bucs, they suspended two players, Mike Edwards, who was still on the team, and Antonio. And I really think that in a weird way, it changed Antonio. Now he would not have played in two of those games because he was hurt, but he would have played against the Saints, which we know they just needed it. Really, it was a 9-0 game, but it was 6-0 for the longest time. He would have made a difference in that game. But when he came back, even the coaches recognized that something was different about AB, that he felt, I don't know what the word would be, but he didn't feel the love from the organization. He had asked them to pay him forward with some performance bonuses that they wouldn't do. And, even though he went to Carolina and had a great game and they needed him and he won that game, the episode that happened with the New York Jets was really sort of almost inevitable in a way. After 2 years with him, there was going to be a blow up, and it played out publicly, and it was ugly. And I don't think it was a distraction all that much for how they played, but yeah, that story was one that you just keep relying on your reporting and you follow the trail. And then the Josh Lambo thing was really a little fluky for me. I don't cover the Jaguars per se. I do the NFL. Mostly I do the Bucs. That's my full-time job. And I happen to have a contact that was very familiar with this story that brought it to me. I didn't know Josh Lambo personally, but he certainly had a story to tell and spent a lot of time. That was a quick one. That was maybe 24 hours when I started writing it, and let the Jaguars know at 8:30 in the morning. They went through their legal counsel. We went back and forth. Urban Meyer was still coaching. He coached that afternoon. And then eventually, you know, I got a kind of a threatening letter from his lawyer, talked to one of the other players that were involved. And eventually it came back that, you know, we wrote the story because it was true. And then at 12:40 something our time the next morning, I had gone to bed and I realized that the Jaguars had in fact fired Urban Meyer after that story was published. So, yeah, in the state of Florida, I think the Dolphins were glad I didn't walk through the door because I'd gotten one player suspended in Tampa and helped get a coach fired in Jacksonville. So, yeah, Miami didn't want to see me anytime soon.
Well, they have their own issues with Brian Flores and this legal lawsuit that they got to deal with. So if you'd broken that, you'd have had the state crown and the trifecta. But I somehow think that the Jags organization, especially the Jags fans, probably thank you for having an excuse to get rid of Urban Meyer. I attended the University of Florida. I just before Urban Meyer was there, know people who were on Urban Meyer's teams, and there's not a lot of positive things that people say about that man. So, but you know, I'll save that for another day. People know how I feel about Urban Meyer, so I can't say that I was sad to see him go. But let's talk about the Super Bowl champions, at least the current Super Bowl champions. We're recording this on Thursday, couple of days before they get dethroned. Obviously, everyone talks about, well, Brady came and then, you know, won the thing with the Buccaneers, and that's not really giving enough credit to BA and Jason Light and the way that these teams were built. I mean, obviously Brady was a very large cherry on top of a cake, but you know, he wasn't the only piece. What was it like? Because obviously you've been reporting the team for a number of years. I've followed the team for over 20 years, and it was a rough patch there for a good 12 years. You know, there was some bad players and bad teams there. What was it like with the momentum building prior to Brady, and then when Brady came, and then it taking the rocket ship all the way up north, like to supersonic levels?
Well, when I saw you last in London, that was the beginning of the end of Jameis Winston. And so we went through 5 seasons of this organization drafting a quarterback number 1 overall. It was a polarizing pick because some of the history he had at Florida State. And I'll say this about Jameis: he worked hard at it. He was passionate about it. He still is. He went to the worst football team in the NFL. That's what number 1 picks do. That's what Trevor Lawrence did. And that's what Joe Burrow did just a couple years ago. So it's hard to come in and kind of be put up there as the savior of a franchise when you really don't have a lot of great players. I mean, Mike Evans was here. Some of the offensive linemen were here. They weren't completely without talent, but they certainly got better the longer Jameis stayed. But he didn't get better. And he had, you know, the big coaching change. And I think Jameis really would have made it. At one point, he was 7-7 in his final year. And he had just come off back-to-back games where he threw for like 460 yards. And I said, you know what, if they finish 9-7 or he plays well these last 2 games, I think he's going to be back. And then really the last 2 games, they should have won both of them. And his career ironically ended with a pick 6, which is how it began. You know, his first pass in the NFL was a pick 6 against the Titans, and his last pass for the Bucs was also a pick 6. And I recognized coming off the field that was it for Bruce Arians. And I know he only had 1 year with him. I think Byron Leftwich and Clyde Christensen, the quarterback's coach, would have liked to have had more time, but he wasn't going to get any. And then, you know, they go into free agency. Jameis is sort of in the mix. They're looking at guys like Teddy Bridgewater. And I was at the Super Bowl in Miami when the 49ers were playing Kansas City. And I talked to Clyde, and he says, I'm sitting here watching tape of Tom Brady. Can you believe this? And I was like, well, he's a free agent, but I can't imagine he would leave New England. He goes, neither do I. He goes, but I'm telling you, I'm watching this guy. And he goes, he hadn't lost anything. Like I've gone back 4 years. His arm is still strong. It's remarkable at age 42 at that time. And as they went through the process, by the time we got to February, BA was talking about the one quarterback he would pick up the phone for would be Tom. They had a good football team where Tom doesn't come. I mean, Tom was very calculating about where he wanted to go next. I think being on the East Coast was a factor, simply because his son is in New York. But he did his homework. And even having said that, they added to it, right? Whatever Tom Brady wanted, I don't think the Bucs ever said no, starting with the trade for Rob Gronkowski and, Leonard Fournette coming here off of waivers. And, you can go, AB was a big one after, 8 weeks into the season to get him on the roster. And so, it took a lot of work. He absolutely changed the culture of the organization. And it's so funny. It's a chicken and the egg question. Everybody comes in and says, well, we got to change the culture. Well, the culture is winning, right? You kind of have to win. And Tom knew how to do that, but he knew how to prepare. And he, I think everybody, it's hard to describe when a player that's that iconic comes into your building, everybody gets better and knows they have to get better. I have to report better. The cook has to cook better. The trainers have to be better. The staff cleans up has to be. So there was this immediate sort of aura about him, but he's one of the most humble guys you'll ever meet for a superstar like that. And again, you talk about the belief, right, that everybody had in him, and they knew they had a chance as soon as he showed up. They knew what they had. They had good football players and Chris Godwin and Mike Evans, and they added to that. It took a while. They were 7-5, and then when they got hot, especially on defense and turning the ball over and stuff, propelled them to the Super Bowl. So it was, Tampa Bay during this time, they won 2 Stanley Cup championships. The baseball team with the Rays went to the World Series and then won the American League. So we were Tampa Bay there for a while, and you can credit Brady or not, but he was a big part of it. And these Super Bowls are so hard to win. It's only the second one this team had won. But to your point, they had not been to the playoffs in 12 years. I mean, they had a lot of losing seasons. I think there were only a couple winning seasons through all of that, and changed coaches about every 2 or 3 years. So it was some dark, gloomy times. And it's hard for Bucs fans right now. They're obviously sad about Brady. I've compared it to like a meteor. I mean, he came across and it was bright and it was loud and everybody looked up and then it was over, but 29 wins in 2 seasons, a Super Bowl, a couple playoff games at home. It's been an unbelievable ride. And now they got to figure out how to go from here and pick up the pieces.
Yeah, because I mean, it's just unbelievable to have. I mean, for you, right? You've gone from covering, Jameis Winston.
Mm-hmm.
Before that, we've had Garcia, we've had Josh King, and a number of quarterbacks all the way through.
Yeah.
Josh Freeman, and then all of a sudden, it's like we've gone from rookie, young, or very experienced, probably past the hill quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it's Tom Brady walks in, the GOAT, the NFL star. What was that like for you, finding out that you were going to get to cover? And then what's it like actually covering Tom Brady? Like, in terms of, I imagine everything is different, not just for the fact of you're covering such a superstar, but the presence on you, because now people are taking the lines that you're getting from press conferences and then redistributing that. So what's it like for you covering such a major sports star, like the biggest sports star probably on the planet right now?
Well, it is all consuming. He's a celebrity as much as he is a quarterback, and a humble one at that, but has a lot of outside interest. And I think getting to Tampa Bay allowed him to show a lot more of his personality, allowed him to do even more off the field, whether it was TB12 or his movie of his life that he's still producing. And Tom, unfortunately for us, the first year, because of the pandemic, was exclusively Zoom calls. I mean, we didn't actually weren't in the same room with Tom Brady for the first season, which is remarkable to me when I think about it. He knew who we were because he saw our faces this way, the way we're doing this now. But there wasn't that interaction that you would normally get with any player on the team, much less the quarterback. And so, he was accommodating. I got to meet him the first time personally at the Hall of Fame last year in August. I went up there because John Lynch was getting inducted, and so was Peyton Manning. And Peyton and Tom, even though they were great rivals, are great friends and have been for a number of years. And I think Tom flew up Bruce Arians and Tom Moore and Clyde because they had coached Peyton, and I think he wanted them to be there as much as anything. But my wife and I got there early, and we were down on the floor. We were in John Lynch's area, and I knew Tom was coming, and he got there fairly early. And I said, let's go. Let's go over there right away. And that was, I'd done a whole season, and they won a Super Bowl. And that was the first time I actually got to really shake his hand, talk to him for a while, went backstage when he was talking to Peyton Manning and some others. And then, I had the only one-on-one with him in September of this year, or this past year. And we talked a lot about TB12, but we just talked ball, and it wasn't a long interview. The one thing I'll say about Tom is when you're around him, whether it was at the Hall of Fame or really any time, and this is true with his coaches, like for a guy as busy as he is, he's so present. Like he is into the conversation. He is looking you in the eye. You never see him with his cell phone. You never see him hurried, to get to somewhere else. He is where his feet are, and extremely personable. His leadership really style is one of caring. He really does care for his teammates. They, of course, all of them grew up watching him, play NFL football, and some are literally half his age. But he's always got his hand out. Hey, I'm Tom Brady. And they're like, yeah, no shit you are. It's like, but that's who he is. And he relates to everybody. And he takes personal interest in them. And he'll spend time with them, take them out to dinner, take their wives out with them. And I think the guys were blown away by that. I think and I know we were, just watching him socially interact, and you can see, obviously he can still get it done on the field, but you can see what he does off the field that makes him such a great leader. So that's kind of what, and covering him was a dawn to midnight thing, because you'd wake up at 6 a.m. and there might be a video that he's done. I mean, he has these great social media teams. There might be, just any number of things. He had his podcast on Monday nights. He's very active, and was even more active when he was in Tampa. So, but it was fun. There are two sides of the NFL. There's the side that Bucs fans have had to go through for a dozen years, where you don't want to be. And then there's the other half, where you have a quarterback that gives you a chance, and much less. There's very few of these guys, right? There's only been a couple in league history. So it is. I can't imagine what it was like for those Boston writers or New England writers or media that had him for 20 seasons. A lot of them, trust me, you talk about, my stories being well read. Well, a lot of those guys got network jobs out of it, because if you covered Tom Brady, there's a lot of eyes on your work, because there's just so much interest in him, and for good reason. So it was a lot of fun. It was nice. A different storyline. We don't root for teams, but I root for stories, and that's been 2 years of just a really good storyline here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just it is literally a blink and you miss it. It's unbelievable to think that as soon as he's won the Super Bowl, he leads the team to a 13-win season, which has never happened.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's it, he's gone. And then it's with that, the Buccaneers are now in the same place they were 2 years ago.
Yep.
Without a quarterback, with some talent. But it's amazing how things are somehow always pivot back to that point. In terms of then his legacy, because his legacy in Tampa is cemented. He's won a Super Bowl, set a lot of different franchise record marks, even at the age that he was. in terms of you've talked about the culture and he changed the culture.
Yeah.
How confident are you? Because the players talk about how much of an impact he's had, but how are they going to retain that culture? Because he's gone. I think most people probably expected another year. And he has, these players are used to winning, but some of them are going to go in free agency. And this team is going to look very different in August. So how do they maintain that culture of winning and the lessons that they would have taken from Tom Brady to have a run at the NFC South? Because let's be honest, it's a bit of a car crash division as it stands right now, heading to next year. People are writing off saying, well, that's Tampa done. And I'm looking at the division thinking, you've not looked at the rest. I think, I mean, the path to winning the division is not as tough as it was 2 years ago, 3 years ago. So, yeah, what for you, how do they maintain this Tom Brady bounce that they should be getting out of this?
Well, I think it's going to be hard. I do think that there's a young core of players still here and some veterans too. And look, they're going to, everybody kind of gets hung up on the salary cap and how many free agents. I think we've learned that that's an accounting principle as much as anything, and they will find a way to try to, secure as many of those guys as possible. So they still have a really good football team. But you can't underestimate how important a quarterback is in the National Football League. I mean, there's just not that many guys that win Super Bowls. And the two that are playing on Sunday, they're elite. I mean, Joe Burrow's done this in his second year, but he won a national championship. He won the Heisman Trophy, and he could become the first one to win a Super Bowl, all three of those. And so, and yet I think this team got into the habit of winning. And more than that, they got into the habit of not beating themselves. I think for years, so many games in this league are lost more than they're won. And, you have to protect the football. You can't commit a lot of penalties. You have to know when to take chances, and, you have to take the ball away. And there are certain sort of, benchmarks that I think, every game turns on, and you have to find a way to win games when maybe you're not playing that well. That was the other thing. I mean, Brady, not everything went perfectly. And I think this team learned how to be resilient. I think they learned how to prepare. And I think mostly they learned that, if they don't beat themselves, they're going to win. They're going to win games. And that's really what it's about. It's not about style points. It's not about how many touchdowns some guy throws or catches. It's just about winning. And so you had to be unselfish. And these guys really bonded together, and it was a special group, and they kept them together for 2 years. No team is the same year to year, but this one had a lot of the same players. I don't know how many of those will be back. I suspect a lot of them will, but it will be different. You hope that guys like Devin White grow up and they're better. You hope that, Joe Tryon Shoyinka becomes an elite pass rusher, which he's purely capable of. So you hope for some growth and development of these guys, because a lot of these young players have been on the biggest stages. They've played on Monday night and Thursday night. They played in playoff games. They've made big plays in playoff games. They've won a Super Bowl. Those are experiences that, you really draw on in your career if you're fortunate enough to have them early. And so I don't know how long that will last, to be quite honest with you. It lasts until you hit that first bit of adversity, right? When you lose one or two in a row, we'll see. But unless they get the quarterback position solved, it's really hard to win in this league. It's hard to win games. And so I think that'll be the key to the offseason. I think they know that. But these players recognize that whoever's back there, that they gotta play big for whoever it is. They're going to have to help that guy out. It's not going to be Tom Brady. And yet whoever's back there is going to be compared to what Brady did these last 2 years. But they got a taste of it. There's a definite taste of winning that's a little like a drug, that you want more of it. And I think you're right. I think the NFC South is wide open. Outside of Matt Ryan, who's getting up there in age, no one really has a quarterback in this division. So this team could win it, and yet it's going to be hard for any of those teams in terms of a record, because I think the Bucs and most of the NFC South teams, the Bucs play 7 teams that were in the postseason. outside of the division. Not, because they were obviously the only one that made it in this division, but they play the San Franciscos and Arizonas and Kansas City and Pittsburgh and there's just a lot of tough games. The Rams again, a lot of tough games on their schedule, so that'll be difficult as well. A lot of it, how it falls, what injuries you have. I don't think they could be any more injured than they were this past year, and that's a big part of it too. You need to be a little lucky about that. But I think when they've signed Brady, I remember talking to Jason Light, and he said, look, I don't know how long he'll be here. Maybe it'll just be 2 years. He said, but we hope he does for this organization, kind of what Peyton Manning did for Denver. Like, they were still had a bunch of really good football players on that team. They couldn't get the quarterback right either, and that's why they didn't make the playoffs after he left. But there still was a champion's heartbeat, and I think they're counting on that.
I mean, it would be a great legacy for Brady if this team rebounded and made the postseason next year. Not necessarily go and win it all, I think, with a new quarterback, but if they can show that temperament and show that winning ability and win ugly and win games that maybe they don't deserve to win and take some of that away, I think that will be the ultimate tribute and legacy to Brady, to say, well, look, we've got a team that couldn't get out of their own way, and we had a quarterback like Jameis Winston who could lose games from winnable positions like it was going out of fashion. And then I think if they can turn it around, it would show just how remarkable a leader he is, because I think that's now what we want to see. Let's cover just very quickly, because I'm conscious of time, the Super Bowl on Sunday. What do you make of these two teams? How do you think the game's going to go? And I'm going to press you for a winner as well.
Well, I mean, obviously, I wrote this before the season started. I felt like the Rams took the Bucs template. They were bold at the quarterback position. I mean, they had Jared Goff, who had taken them, or at least was their quarterback when they went to a Super Bowl and lost to Tom Brady and the Patriots, and they traded him. And they traded him for a more experienced guy with a lot of talent, not as old as Tom, but simply spent his whole career in Detroit. They felt they needed a guy who had a little more pedigree, a little more experience, to say the least, and still had a terrific arm. And so they made that deal, and they gave up a lot. They gave up a lot to get him, but they didn't stop there. And I think they have continued to sort of mortgage their future and sacrifice draft picks over players that are known commodities versus really what's an unknown. I mean, think about 50% of your first round picks don't make it anyway. So they went all in, and sort of the way the Bucs did a year ago. And I think, even like we said, right down to the stretch when they had some injuries, they go get Odell Beckham Jr. and then they make the trade for Von Miller, which was huge, I think, for them. And so, it's amazing that you got 54 of these Super Bowls that have really never really been played in a home stadium until last year. And now we could have back-to-back teams are now in their home stadiums and could win Super Bowls. So, Matt Stafford's a great story. Cooper Kupp has just ripped up the league when it comes to all the receiving marks. They're explosive on offense. But I think the strength of their team is their defensive front, and they got a great corner, obviously, in Jalen Ramsey. They're vulnerable a little bit in the safety position, but Eric Weddle has come in after not playing for 2 years, and he's playing at a high level. So they've got everything they need, including the home field, for whatever that's worth in the Super Bowl. I think they're the more talented team, but there's something special about this Bengals team, and you just don't turn it around that fast, man. I'm telling you, it's just not that easy to do. No one saw them winning their division this year, much less getting this far and getting all the way to the Super Bowl. They hadn't been in the playoffs in 30 years. And so, or hadn't won a playoff game in 30 years. And I think that the secret is their quarterback. I mean, Joe Burrow is unlike something we've seen in a while. And, for him to have, and it didn't happen overnight for him. I mean, he was at Ohio State and had to, transfer to Georgia and or not Georgia, but LSU and won the national championship there. But he's an Ohio kid. It means a lot to him to be playing in that state. Kind comes from a great family. I'm just trying to imagine what we will be saying about Joe Burrow on Monday if he pulls this off, if he wins the Super Bowl. I mean, everybody was ready to, hand the mantle to, well, I mean, there's a lot of quarterbacks, right? But I mean, a guy in Kansas City is pretty good, so they were ready to give it to him. But I just think that Burrow would put himself in a class, that we've not seen in a while, the way we would be talking about him. And yet it's not guaranteed. And people are saying, well, this is kind of house money. They weren't expected to be here. They're a young team. You don't know when you're going to get back to this game. And Dan Marino can tell you all about that.
Just ask Dan Marino.
Yeah, he was there against Joe Montana in Stanford Stadium. And I remember the commercials and the soda. Hey, I'll buy next year, that kind of thing. And it never happened for Dan Marino. So when you get this far, you have to win that game. And I think the Bengals, they're a little like when the Bucs went, they were a little seasoned. They had been to the championship before. But the Raiders, had a great offense. And I just think we're seeing something special with the Bengals. I'm going to pick the Rams. I'll tell you that. I think the Rams win this game. I think they're the better team. I don't know how the Bengals will handle that defensive front. I know they've fallen behind and come back before. I don't think you want to fall behind these guys too much in a Super Bowl. But my heart kind of goes with the Bengals because I think they're the best story. I love good stories. But yeah, I'm gonna say the Rams probably win it, and I think it's a 4-point spread right now. I'm not really sure what that is, but if the Rams win, and it could come down to a kick, we don't know. All these games have, but I think it's probably going to be probably by a touchdown if it goes their way. But we'll see, man. That's why they play the games. You just never know when you get this far.
No, just like last year when everyone thought that Mahomes and the Chiefs were going to be too good for the Buccaneers.
That's right.
Not too many people wanted to pick the Buccaneers, and they didn't score any touchdowns, and and it was one of the more one-sided Super Bowls we've seen in recent times. So, as you say, you got to play the games. I had a Bengals fan on, and he's quietly optimistic, and I think they should be. I think that, as you say, there's something special about this team. They're doing something. And I just think momentum is so important. We saw it last year. You covered it with Tampa. Yep. They go into the bye week. They get healthy. They come back against the Falcons. They get and then they go and whoop Carolina. And then they absolutely destroy the Lions. And all of a sudden, everyone's got a bit of swagger. They go on the road to the Reds or the football team. And then they go and win the Super Bowl. Momentum's an amazing thing. It can propel people to do things that they never thought they could do. I couldn't think that the Buccaneers were ever going to win in the Superdome, and they do. And and that's the thing, isn't it? It's just they have that momentum from Week 17 when they handed it to the Chiefs. They just found a way to get it done, and I can't bet against the team that just won't quit. That's the thing. I just think when you got a team that just won't quit, somehow they'll make it work. So it's going to be a great game. It's going to be one of the better Super Bowls I think we've had in recent times, especially from a neutral. I think it's going to be a lot in the air. It's going to be a close game, I hope. And I think it's going to be at least a bit of an offensive spectacle, which I think everyone kind of wants. So appreciate your opinion. Appreciate your time as always. Tell everyone where they can engage, interact, read your work, find you, ask you questions. Just get to know you all a little bit better.
Yeah, we got a lot of people from the UK, of course, that follow the Bucs. It was great meeting some folks over there. I hope we go back soon. I know there's a chance they may play a game in Germany at some point, so we'll see when we get back over. You can follow me on Twitter at NFL Stroud. Go to TampaBay.com is our website for our newspaper, the Tampa Bay Times. And also I host a podcast called Sports Day Tampa Bay. And we've got 18, 20 different countries, folks that follow us. And we do it 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, with myself, Steve Burstick, my producer. And so we have a lot of fun with that as well. So Sports Day Tampa Bay, if you want to listen through the week.
And it's a great podcast, and it isn't just about the Buccaneers.
No.
You obviously cover the Rays, you cover the Lightning, so
Sure.
you cover all the Tampa sports, and you also cover college football in there once a week when the season starts. So, and it's not just the Bulls, you cover all the teams in the state. So, it's a fantastic podcast. It's something that's been on my regular listening for many years now. It feels like, and yeah, it's just even if you just Tom Brady's not there, it doesn't mean there's not a reason to listen. There's plenty more stories that are going to come out in recent times. And Rick's probably going to break something big about the Dolphins this year because it's due.
We'll see, man. We'll see. I got to hit the Triple Crown right there. Yeah.
Well, you've got to. I think it's only fair. Like maybe you'll find something on I don't know, tour or something. His entourage. What really happened between him and Brian Flores?
There you go.
That's the one that someone always wants to know. But look, appreciate you coming on. Appreciate you for all the work that you do, not just with the Buccaneers, but breaking the story. It's just, it's been an absolute honor and a pleasure to have you on.
Great to be here. Thanks so much for having me.
Well, thank you so much. That's it, everyone. Thank you so much for making it to the end of this Super Bowl show, almost 5 hours in now. But appreciate you for listening. Enjoy the game wherever you are. Interact with us on Twitter. Catch me at Murf_NFL. Catch us at 5 Yard Rush. Look forward to hearing your predictions. Look forward to seeing your pictures. But most importantly, enjoy the game. And as always, don't forget, keep rushing.